Thank you. And welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for October 11th, 2022. For the general public, I am Councillor Doug Race. I am the acting mayor this month, and as such will be chairing this meeting. Squamish Aweme, welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. We have already adopted the agenda, but we are going to go to item 4, sub 2, 2022 Community Amenity Contribution Policy Review Update. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Velaniskis.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for switching the agenda around. I'm just going to try and share my presentation. Do that.
Try.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. So this is a second report to Council on this project. The project started in early this year. And initially, we estimated that we would be able to conclude it by now. But there have been a few complications along the way. And so what we're bringing today is essentially a project update to Council. So the scope, which is an important note to provide, is that this is a review of the existing policy. We didn't set out to completely rewrite the community amenity contribution policy. So that was sort of some limitations on the scope, although some of the changes that are being considered are fairly significant. So just quickly to go over the initial policy changes that were recommended for consideration. There was about 11 changes that were proposed. So one was to remove the rates, the target rates for when sort of cash and lieu rates are triggered, and then review the rates themselves, increase affordable housing for on-site contributions. Right now, the policy is 10%. We are in practice applying 15%, and the recommendation was whether we could go to 20%. Remove or reduce the threshold for when on-site affordable housing is recommended. So right now it's at 50 units or more. We'd like to see if that could be lowered to 30 units. Also, some criteria for transferring affordable housing units to a public agency. So on larger developments where there are more residential units involved, and we've seen this happen in a few developments already, the possibility of the developer building and providing the units for ownership to the housing society. And then housing society managing developer-owned units. Since we've started this review process, the possibility of the housing society actually being the kind of strata manager is not looking very positive. I think what looks more practical is if the society was the gatekeeper for the tenant list. So the people who are eligible go for the society and get matched with units that are managed by the developer. And the reason for that is, the housing society is not a strata management company. These affordable housing units are often located in buildings with the rest of the development, some of which may be purpose-built rental, some of which may be, units for sale. So there will be a strata management company in most cases already involved in that development. Taking a flexible approach to land dedication. So again, this is for larger developments where some land might be desirable by the district for future affordable housing projects. So essentially, instead of getting more affordable housing units from a development, we'd be looking at getting a portion of the land for a future project. Establishing guidelines for when the cash is being collected. So every development that triggers the CAC policy usually ends up paying some portion of their CACs in cash. And right now we lack any clarity. So the aim is usually to get it at adoption, but sometimes that's not possible. So the money comes in at development permit. So we'd like to establish some guidelines around when the cash should come in, and if it comes in later, what are maybe some of the fees for that. Accounting for near-term rate variation. So in some cases, as we've seen in the last couple of years, there's been significant changes in the market. And so during those times, it would be good to have some automatic rate adjustments built into the policy. Criteria for large projects to use a land lift approach rather than a flat rate target approach, which is what we're using now. And that essentially means doing a pro forma analysis on larger projects and seeing how much CAC possibilities are there with each specific development rather than just applying a rate. A separate policy for childcare space. So that would be dealing with the fitting out the childcare space, the size of the childcare space, potentially the lease rates of the childcare space for nonprofit operators. And finally, crediting a public realm dedication. So in developments that are doing well above and beyond what would normally be expected for public space, crediting that additional dedication. So that was kind of the scope of the review as we went into it. So to date, we've done the research on CAC rates and practices in the Lower Mainland. We developed initial policy change recommendations that we just went over. We got council's feedback on that initial policy considerations. We retained a land economist and developed a pro forma model, which essentially we're using to calibrate the CAC rate. So we can put the construction costs, the land costs, the financing costs, and see how much money is left for development profit and the community amenity contributions. We created a project page on Let's Talk Squamish platform, which also has a survey built into it. We held a community open house, and we did a stakeholder engagement session with the development community. So that's essentially the Urban Development Institute, which has a local chapter in Squamish. And we've done, I'd say, 1.5 sessions with the stakeholders. So in terms of engagement summary to date, the project page received around 270 visits. The open house was attended by about 20 people. The survey on the project page received over 40 visits, but only 18 people completed the survey. And then, as I mentioned, stakeholder meetings were held in June and July. The survey results are interesting. I mean, it's worth to note that a small portion of the population actually took the time to complete the survey. Half of the survey participants identified themselves as somehow connected to the development industry, and I think you can sort of see in the results, and I think that's my general sense so far is the public perception is that we should be getting more out of our CAC policy, and the stakeholder perception is that it's already high and going higher is going to be very challenging. So there's nothing unexpected here. Other than the childcare aspects of the proposed changes, there was a lot more support, I think, across the board for establishing clear requirements, for requiring developments, especially larger developments, to include childcare spaces, as well as establishing a lease rate for affordable childcare. So that was a bit of a surprise that there was fairly strong support in that category. Everything else is either down the middle or slightly more disagreement in the proposed policy changes. In terms of stakeholder feedback, so this is feedback from the Urban Development Institute, and there's a letter attached to the agenda that came from UDI. So there were kind of four main aspects of their feedback that I've highlighted here, and that's just my perception and in dealing with the UDI. One is more time needed for consultation, which is essentially what's happening now. So when we went to UDI in June and July, the message was we're aiming to finish the policy by the end of September. And they were quite concerned with that, obviously, because it wouldn't allow for multiple rounds of consultation with UDI. Land lift approach did not interest the stakeholders. And I think they've raised some good points. One, it lacks clarity when they're purchasing the property, which is when they have to run their performance and kind of estimate how much everything is going to cost, including the CACs. Two, it will add more complexity to the process because every project that goes through a land lift approach would need to go through a negotiation with staff. So I think that on some large projects, it does make sense to use a land lift approach. In order to really address this concern, we would need to have multiple rates for different sizes of development, which is possible, and which is maybe where we will end up. The stakeholders had a strong preference for a fixed target rate. They can calculate the fixed rate before they purchase the property, and it's clear what their costs are going to be. They had some considerable concerns with our assumed construction and financing costs. And I think those concerns are legitimate. Since when we ran we first developed the pro forma model with the land economist, then we plugged in our construction costs, and the construction costs that we were using were based on kind of the upper end of the Lower Mainland construction costs. Now, those costs were outdated by the time we were done and engaging with the community, because over the last years, the construction costs have escalated quite a bit, and the rate of escalation was very rapid. And also because we are at step 4 for multifamily projects, which a lot of jurisdictions in the Lower Mainland are not there yet, and that does add additional costs. So in order to respond to that, we've retained a quality surveyor that works locally to help us get on top of the actual construction costs. And we can't essentially move forward with the policy changes until we know exactly or approximately what the costs are going to be. In terms of other concerns, they obviously prefer more simplicity and clarity in the policy. There was support for a flexible approach to land dedications and establishing criteria for park and public realm dedications when they're being credited. Support for crediting the creation of on-site childcare facilities. The UDI concurred with the annual target rate adjustment as long as it's predictable. So they've recommended something like, the annual increases or inflation. Recommend a phasing in approach to policy changes. So UDI would like to see any changes kind of phased in over a 3 to 5 year period. And I think for some of the changes that might make sense. For others, like our affordable housing on-site dedication, we're already doing 15%, so we're not going to go back to 10%. They recommended or supported the annual reporting on CACs to make them visible to the community as much as possible. And they opposed the downsize like density bonus system for downtown. So I think somewhere we've discussed the possibility of looking at C4 zoning and reviewing the possibility of essentially doing what we did with our green energy systems density bonus, where we reduce the density and then bring it back up, provided that there's a green energy source. So we are considering that for the C4 zone when we do the review. The stakeholders are not keen on that approach. But what we've communicated to them so far is that this is not a project that we're working on currently, and we will do consultation once we get there. So in terms of next steps, we need to finalize the construction costs, which should be done by the end of this month. We're going to plug that into the pro forma model. We're going to see what's left in terms of potential policy changes from a development financing perspective. We're going to do more stakeholder engagement with UDI. We're going to have another public open house because we need to bring this new information back up to public, and then come back to council for feedback with a draft policy and hopefully adopt a policy after that. And I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Velaniskis. So, Council, this report, the goal is just to give you information. There's no decision points, but of course, questions and comments are welcome. Councillor Stoner, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, one of the first pieces that caught my attention was you mentioned that there wasn't a huge amount of interest in having the Housing Society manage the affordable housing units. And I'm just curious if we know how Whistler handles it. Like, do they actually manage the units, or are they just managing the wait list? Do we know how others or Tofino are doing it?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So in Whistler, my understanding is it's mostly units that are already owned by the Housing Society, rather than owned by a developer and managed by the society. And I'm not sure how Tofino does theirs, but that's something that we will be checking in on. It's just, there's a whole practicality issue with larger buildings and having multiple strata managing organizations involved.
Yeah, I appreciate not necessarily wanting to have two sets of managers. I think that makes sense to me in theory, but I know having looked at the list of properties that are in the Whistler Housing Authority, they have a number that are privately owned. So it'd be worth, I think, checking back with them. My other question is maybe not directly related to this, but I am curious, for purpose-built rental units, are we able to apply our residential tenancy requirements to purpose-built rental? So we fast track our purpose-built rental projects. Are we able to like earmark those for locals for employee housing?
We would have to change in order to do that, we would have to change some of the zoning provisions, I think. So we have, say, for example, MUD 1, Mixed Use District 1 has built-in density bonus for purpose-built rental, but there's no other stipulations. It just needs to be purpose-built rental. You can't stratify it, and that's it. So I think that's an additional step that we'd have to take in order to secure it for locals or any other conditions.
But that would be a separate process in our CAC policy.
That's correct. Yeah, it would have to make it into the zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Herford, Councillor Pettengill.
Mr. Velaniskis, in the letter from the Urban Development Institute, I'll just quote it regarding the land lift analysis. Quote, in the May 10 report to council, a large project was defined as 200 or more units, unquote. I don't recall the number of units, but I do recall that the distinction made in the discussion between the situation for larger projects and smaller projects. And one of the things that you highlighted on May 10th was that because Squamish is isolated, there's a lack of, there's just less local expertise to undertake land lift analysis in terms of consultants available, and that there may be a risk of conflict of interest because of that smaller community relative to here and relationships that exist with other clients in the development community. I wondered if I could ask if you to elaborate a bit on how your thinking or the department's approach has evolved with respect to land lift analysis and the scale of units being considered. I don't recall that we gave direction to reduce, say, from 200 or, but could you outline any considerations that have changed for you, perspectives between May and at the present time regarding the scale of units that we might consider for land lift analysis?
Thank you, through you, Chair. That's a great question. The scale of developments changed after that initial discussion with council. And I think that we did discuss reducing the threshold for projects that trigger that land lift analysis. So it's not that we reduced the size of a large, because there's a few changes. One is, affordable housing. One is when affordable housing gets dedicated to the district, and then the other one is when do we trigger the threshold for land lift analysis, and they all have different thresholds. In some people's mind, they might all, seem like we are doing this is a threshold between large development and small development. But that one in particular was just about when we trigger the land lift analysis and whether that should be applied to more projects essentially than very few, which is the 200 plus size. So yes, the scale in consultation changed. I think that the concern that there's not enough professionals locally is still a concern, and I think that we've seen that with trying to figure out construction costs locally. So if we go with a land lift analysis, that would be a constant issue that we have to deal with.
As a follow-up, Mr. Velaniskis, would there be some consideration of considering internal staff resources, deploying our own staff to be undertaking this analysis? Is this being weighed as well?
It's one way of dealing with it, but it would essentially require ongoing additional resources. And we do have constraints in other areas, including development review. So, if we, I think our review is getting longer now. We have more projects. We're working on more policy projects. So if we put what UDI would want to see is we put more resources in keeping projects at their timelines or improving those rather than, hiring somebody to run the performance. But it is an option.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Herford, Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. A few things. The Community Housing Society is tasked with managing and working in the realm of the various forms of subsidized housing, whether it's geared to income or below market, but also that market rental piece. And in the discussion so far, I've just heard about the below market or affordable units being sort of directed towards that society. And I think that there's a potential for a miss here with those market rentals. Also should be targeted, in my opinion, to the housing society, whether it's to manage them from a tenancy standpoint or the overall operations of the facility. I'm not either or, whichever works best, but I want to make sure that those units are thought of in the appropriate way. And has that been discussed with the housing society or with any of the stakeholders so far?
Through you, Chair. No, it hasn't, simply because the market units don't make it into the CAC policy, essentially. We're only dealing with below market units.
Okay. And then I'm curious about sort of how we remain nimble with this policy going forward and recognize the 3 to 5 year phasing that's been proposed in other areas. And can we do both things at once, or is it just like in different areas of the policy? Is that sort of where you're where staff's thinking at this point, or do we have to sort of remain nimble or phase it, or is there a way to do both at the same time?
Through you, Chair, I think it'd be really challenging to phase it on a 3 to 5 year basis, simply because in 3 to 5 years we'll be doing another review, if not two. But I think some phasing is a legitimate concern. I wouldn't expect it to be that long, but I think some portions of it, like the cash and lieu rate, if that changes, there may be maybe a 6-month phase-in period to allow people to, account for that in their purchases of land.
Thank you. And I was curious around using the unit size or the number of units as the indicator of, large or smaller, which policy applies, versus maybe the area of the land that's being developed, especially when we're looking towards, in general, going higher density than. So I would think that if that unit number is the indicator, then it's sort of some incentive to find a lower density form for the same area. If you follow my logic, or am I just and if this isn't something, then I'm open to that as an answer as well. But can you talk about that, using the unit number as the indicator versus the land mat base considered for development?
Through you, Chair. That's a great question. And I think just going by practice to date, our current policy has that threshold as well. And we haven't seen very many, if any, projects sort of fall around right on the line. There may have been one or two. But generally speaking, we don't see the policy influence development size. And secondly, the pro forma is all about the number of units and square footage. Some bigger piece of land could have very little development potential. So it just makes sense to keep it to that development metric.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, Mary Elliott, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. A couple things. Just whether we do it through a pro forma or a just cost, or a fee per square meter, or a target fee. I guess we're trying to approximate a portion of the profit that the community should see to offset the impacts or to benefit the community. Do we have, regardless of the mechanism we use, do we have sort of a target of, we think we should be capturing 50% of profit or 75% of profit? Or I vaguely recall in some of the earlier consultation, there was some comparison to other municipalities. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Thank you, through the Chair. That's a really good question. So what we've seen in other jurisdictions that do land lift analysis, they target a certain percentage of land lift. It's anywhere between 50 to 75 or more in terms of the profit. Now, that's already assuming that the developer takes 15% and what's left after that. So at this point, we're not considering how much of that percentage is warranted. I think our ability to model that impact is key in order to determine what is fair and how much. The other consideration is assuming that our numbers are approximate and they're not going to be spot on, and also assuming that market conditions are going to change. So you want to, the best practice is always to kind of go a little bit lower than where you think you're going to be. But we're just not in a position yet to be able to recommend to council any percentage-wise.
Okay, and a little bit related. So say we have a rezoning coming forward and developer offers to meet all of the CAC policy, whatever we update it to. What is do we still have full discretion to say yes or no to a particular rezoning, or once they're consistent with the CAC policy, there is some, our discretion is reduced?
I think on rezoning, council certainly has full discretion on whether to approve it or not for many reasons. The CAC policy is a policy, it's a guide. And it, generally speaking, if we have a policy, we should follow it. And that provides stability and predictability for everyone. So the best practice would be to follow the policy once we have it.
Okay, thanks. Now, just moving on to the wait list. If the housing society is just managing the wait list, it's not clear to me, does the developer or the strata have a right of refusal? So, we get the sort of first cut at the wait list and then the strata still has to say yes? Or is the suggestion that the waitlist management and who gets what units, that is exclusively controlled by the housing society?
That would be the aim. I haven't seen yet stratas deciding on the tenancy agreements. So I'm not sure if that would be an issue, but the intent would be if we go with this model of the housing society having first right of refusal, then certainly, there wouldn't be any other decision makers in that process, especially not stratas.
Okay, and then last question, and maybe it's too far off topic, but in the past we've talked about amenity zoning as an alternative to CACs, but it's been highlighted that that's a lot of work to go there. I'm just wondering at a high level if you can clarify what the difference is and what the obstacle is.
Thank you. That's a great question. The difference would be that we essentially, and I think that could be a next step of the CAC policy. Once we have an updated policy, we could allocate resources to build it into the zoning bylaw by essentially upzoning land and building in the CACs into the zone so that developer can go straight to development permit process. A lot of the uncertainty is taken out of the equation, which is the rezoning process, and developer knows exactly what they have to provide because it's written black and white in our zoning bylaw. So that's the difference is we would have to go and upzone properties, build the amenities in it versus wait for people to come in and apply for a rezoning and then negotiate it.
And so then to clarify, right now there's sometimes the option of providing cash as part of a CAC. Is that something we would write in the zoning bylaw? Like you have to provide cash, or that's a piece, it would strictly have to be capital infrastructure or something moving forward?
No, that's a possibility. Jurisdictions have done that, writing in cash requirements essentially as a density bonus. So it has to be structured as a density bonus.
Mayor Elliott, and I'll put myself on the list.
We saw in a recent survey that most of our citizens get their information from their neighbors or traditional media. And given that we had such a small turnout to the open house and small survey participation, and the plan is to go back out to the public, what is the plan to reorient our engagement strategy to reach more people, to maybe dumb it down a bit so that people understand the difference between DCCs, CACs, when CACs are involved? What's the plan? Because I feel like perhaps the 20 people that came to the open house might have been part of the same 18 people that filled out the survey. And we're not really helping our community understand this process.
Thank you. Very good question. I think that we could try and work with local media more around raising awareness of the fact that we are doing a review of the process. Yeah, like I said, the intent was to review the policy, not rewrite it. And so as a result, we're doing the work mostly in-house. But we could certainly do a better job because you're right. We didn't get a ton of engagement from the general public on this project so far.
The other piece that, around trying to move units into the housing society, and now that the housing society has their board and the executive director, to me, the key thing for us at the district is to make that housing society viable so that we're not subsidizing it for more than the 5 years that we've sort of agreed to do that, possibly more. So have we been in conversation now with the housing society about how many units they would need that would generate an income that would allow them to be self-funding?
So I can perhaps, Gary Buxton, one of the general managers here. Not directly in terms of the current society, but the research we've done previously says the bottom end of that threshold for viability is at least 150 units. So that's the benchmark I think that I'm at right now in terms of potential viability. We haven't had that direct conversation with the new executive director yet. So.
And then two, part of the CAC discussion is about allocating land, Mr. Buxton, and is the society's preference to have land or units? And whether that's been discussed.
To be honest, I haven't had that direct, sorry, through the chair, I haven't had that direct conversation with the new executive director yet. But either would be good though. So.
I'm just asking the question because I think it's important. We're trying to me, we should be simplifying our CAC model to make it less painful for everybody. And we're already seeing quite a lot of pressure from the provincial government to tighten up our timelines. And for me, that especially counts when we're trying to deliver affordable housing as part of a development or purpose-built rental. To me, prolonging the CAC negotiation is excruciating when you just want shovels in the ground to get that housing built. So given that we're not approving anything now, and we're going to get more signals from the province after leadership change, and we've got time to engage with the society, I wonder if there's a way, Mr. Velaniskis, that we could sort of say, until we get to this threshold of units, they go towards the society. We'll entertain other ownership models, then after the fact. But it's trying to move this society into viability so that it has the fees coming in. And so maybe we hold back on land unless it's a very big piece of property. But just trying to find that balance in the short term to promote the society's interests as well as our own without encumbering the CAC policy unnecessarily, since we should be reviewing it. The other piece, and I think we talked about this in the last meeting, was about trying to marry the CAC policy when it comes to affordable housing more in terms of income levels versus 80% of median, which I think is the CMHC definition of affordable, because our median is very high. We have a very educated workforce and therefore high incomes here. But it's not really helping those people that are working in tourism or starting out in their careers. That 80% is still, for many people, well above the threshold. And so how do we start looking at units that are for residents and targeted at income levels versus just this very blunt 80% of median, and whether that needs to happen a bit here and a bit in the perpetually affordable housing policy?
So I think I can perhaps broach that through the chair. The issue with going substantially lower is that those projects then require ongoing financial support, and we'd sort of tailored the current PAH policy in the 80% of median income. That generally is a self-supporting project, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I think in those sorts of projects, what we could look at is projects that have market units as well as units that go to much lower. Those are the sorts of things, approaches that I think we would need to consider to ensure that we don't create a project that needs ongoing sort of month-to-month financial support, which is what we've tried to avoid with the current structure. But that doesn't mean that we can't look at, could we look at a CAC policy that allows for 50% of income, while some units are at market level. Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I think we would need to look at.
But I think this is the opportunity then to link the CAC policy to the perpetually affording housing policy in terms of saying that 80% of the median will target incomes in this range. And therefore, in a mixed use development where you have market as well as the opportunity to put in affordable, you could put in some of those units that are rent geared to income and not necessarily subsidized. They don't need supportive housing. They just need a rental rate that is like, if I work for minimum wage and collect tips and I'm in our service industry, what is the rent I can afford? And it's not 80% of median. And so we're basically gutting our service industry by not providing that rent geared to income in some of these units. That's my fear, is that median will just keep growing as salaries increase. And we're not addressing the fact that we need people who work in our hotels, who work in our restaurants, who work in childcare, that are making a much, much lower salary as they start their careers. But there's no rental, available to them that's not supported housing. But that's not what they need. They just need a rental. They don't need the support of a nonprofit society for their daily living. They just need a lower rent. So I'm just trying to figure out how that fits in a mixed use development where there's market rental, market strata, and potentially a lower rent market rental.
Through you, Chair. The one thing to consider is we can model that, if we reduce the affordability rates or the rates for affordable housing units, it impacts the rest of the pro forma. So the outcome could be that there's less quantity of units if the rents are lower than 30%. And we currently tie it to income. It's based on a single person household, a 2-person household, or a 2-person plus household, as well as a non-census household. So there's 3 different incomes that we look at, not just the kind of like 2-person plus income, and not just the median income overall. We try and match that essentially to the unit type. So if it's a 1-bedroom, it goes to a single person or sometimes 2-person household. But there is some matching of incomes, and it goes. It's 80% of median income, but then we look at only 30% of their income can be spent on housing. So I think we're moving in the right direction, but as you said, there's more work to be done there. And I think, like you said, it's probably, if we do go into that area, it should probably go somewhere in the affordable housing or the perpetually affordable housing policy and get connected to the CAC policy, because our CAC policy does make reference of the affordable housing policy. So the rates are calculated as per our policy right now.
Okay, Chair, do you want comments or just questions at this point? I think the phasing that UDI has suggested is outrageously long and weird given how fast the market conditions are changing. So I would take that with a grain of salt. I think we have to follow the provincial direction very closely. If we've got potentially the next premier of the province pushing hard on approval timelines and the speed of housing supply, then I think we have to be careful with what we're going to negotiate as a land lift and what we would do differently, or how we would do that with a more set CAC structure. I think there's also potentially a movement to improve what we can collect on DCCs, which might simplify our CAC model. So keeping an eye on that. I'm glad that the childcare options seem to be getting the most support. So I have no changes to suggest there. I think those are good additions. But I think we should be making these decisions around the CAC policy about how do we deliver affordable housing as quickly as possible, whether below market or market rental. And our CAC policy shouldn't slow that down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I just had a few comments. I think some of my fellow councillors have touched on some of them. The pro forma question and trying to engage in taking a portion of the lift. I can remember some time ago, I'm sitting here having a lot of flashbacks, by the way, just so you're wondering. But, and I'm not sure if you were here, Mr. Velaniskis, but we pursued that issue with a land economist, and he came up and spoke to us about it. And I came away from all of that thinking that for some of the reasons mentioned here, Councillor Anderson talked about the challenge of getting somebody who's sort of independent, and the mayor talking about timing, because that's sometimes not a simple discussion, or often not a simple discussion, that maybe that's just not the way to go. And this whole amenity contribution thing is, from my perspective, is kind of a sort of tempered by what the market will bear. And so I think Councillor Herbert actually used the same word I was going to use. I think with some of these things, like how much cash, for example, per unit or something like that, we can be fairly nimble and follow markets up and follow markets down. It wasn't long ago, it was the first 2 years of the last term, actually, that we were sitting here in this chamber trying to figure out how to encourage investment in the community. Had all kinds of consultants in here streamlining processes and so forth. And then all of a sudden the truck came down the highway, and here we are. But it can change just as fast. And I think we have to be prepared to be nimble both ways to kind of hopefully level these rises and dips off. So I think with some things, like some of the major, when I look at these different approaches and different initiatives, some of them to me are more structural, like going for ownership of units, for example, more public realm, more bare land, and others are some that we could quickly adapt to. And so and the cash is an obvious one, which is a very rough estimate of a piece of the lift, really. And it's just a matter of following the real estate market and having some sense of where the construction market is at the same time, construction cost market. The other is, and you've mentioned it, and we got into it a little bit in the last development, was getting the housing society into a position of, critical mass, I think is sort of the goal, and getting them into ownership positions. And we got 2 units out of a recent rezoning. And I think there's more opportunity for that in the future, particularly if we're prepared to provide some density in addition. So that's to be considered. And then the other is last week, I was at, like other councillors here and the mayor, the opening of the West Winds, the senior center, and got into a discussion with some of the board members. And that building is so far hugely successful. There are 300 seniors living there in 230 odd units or something like that. But it's full. And so the question is, well, where's the next one going? And what they would need would be land. And so not just seniors, but other potential nonprofits, the district potentially, but it's a bit of something else for the district to go into the construction business. But nonprofits, I mean, my history in development is that if you own the land, the financing for the improvement is much simpler. And if we can take chunks of land and put them in the hands of nonprofits to do that, then and whether we would manage them or the nonprofit would manage them or something is a future decision. Some may be appropriate for us, some may not. But the housing society, I think, it may not start off there, but I think it has the potential to grow into something like that. And so this, as the mayor said, really you want to kind of have the two going hand in hand through this process. But I think we should be looking for opportunities, not just with future developments, but maybe with some existing developments, thinking about going back and renegotiating or trying to renegotiate some of the amenity contributions and see if there are opportunities for pieces of land that might be appropriate for housing. The issue of affordability, and listening to that conversation, my understanding of the way it works now is with a mixed use development where we say that we want 10 or 15 or 20% to be affordable, and we go to the CMHC standard of 80%. What that does is when the developer is building it, they will usually ultimately sell it to an investor at presumably, because the income would be 80% of market, presumably it would be something close to 80% of a market sale price. And so I think if we change that percentage, that clearly would affect how how much the developer might get for that unit. So I think we have to be predictable in that, so that there's no changes in the midstream. But maybe I'm just looking at it too simply, but what's to prevent us to going to 70% of income, for example, or having some at 80 and some at 60, to be determined by the housing society, there as the gatekeeper. Really what that does, of course, is just limit the developer's resale in that, and that it would be something to take into account in the entire mix of amenities that development might be able to provide. So it was just a thought that occurred to me in that conversation, that it might be a relatively simple thing to adjust, but not quickly. I think we'd want to be predictable in that. You don't want to do it halfway through the development and all of a sudden reduce the sale price of these units. So, Councillor Pettengill, Councillor French, you're good. Councillor Pettengill and Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Yeah, just a few comments. I do think we should continue to consider downzoning, possibly with C4 or other areas, at least keep it on the table. Not hugely a fan of grandfathering in terms of CAC calculations. I think, if you're doing land investment or speculation, the conditions may change, including CACs, and that's part of the bargain. I do, though, as we push harder on CAC policy and in what we expect, I wonder, does that put us into a position where the only ones that can do development then are the large Lower Mainland companies, because the smaller local developer just they can't take workers from the Lower Mainland when there's contractor constraints and all of that. So I know we said we want to simplify our CAC policy, but is there room or a place for something like our social procurement values and ideas to play into CAC policy? So there is some level of the playing field for the small local developer. And it's more, I guess, a question at this point. And then I think, in terms of the mayor's comments about community consultation, I think there's a great deal of value in that. It seems that the public isn't clear on what we are capturing from development, what the profits are, what amount of the profits we are capturing. And, it seems to be there's an expectation that we should be building Brennan Park from development, whereas our direction has been to focus more on housing and childcare, which are provincial areas of responsibility, but just some sort of communication for the public to understand where our focus is and why. And, to me, this seems like an ideal topic for the next AAP type engagement, and maybe there's other things, but it seems like this would be a really good discussion point. Thank you.
Councillor Herford, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Anderson. So these are final comments, and then we'll wrap it up. Councillor French.
I was first on that long list there, right? Okay. As we've been talking about this, the medium income piece, and then the 20% below market, and how those numbers interact, I think are really interesting. And I'm curious around whether it's in this policy, or if anything commits us in this policy review, or the perpetually affordable housing policy, where the housing authority, or the housing society, could take, for instance, if we use 100 units, could take 5 of those and put them, instead of at that 80% or 20% below market, put them to market, and then take a matching number and push them lower to sort of manage the ecosystem and not change that overall number that Councillor Race was brought up as far as the overall value, but that there's that ability to adjust. So we can use a sort of a blunt number of 20% below market for this purpose, but then going forward, the housing society could choose to make some of those more or less depending on where the needs of that society are inside of that overall envelope. If that description makes sense. So it's important that the below market gets built, and then that we have the ability for that society to work inside those constraints to deliver what's needed for the community. I'm curious about clearly defining the CAC, which version of our CSA policy applies, so that we know when when an applicant knows and council knows when which version is going to apply, or if it's just up to whatever is in place at when the application reaches a certain point, or just where that is, so that there's clarity for staff and council, as well as the community as a whole. And I agree that I'll go back to that proposal around 3 to 5 year phasing that's way too long for how fast the market changes. But this relates to my point I just made around clearly defining what does apply. I do think that some form of grace period / is appropriate, and to signal that a change is coming, but we have to move much faster than that, and which is why we're having this discussion around this topic. A 5 year is when we should be on the second or third pass of further refinement at that point, in my opinion. And then somehow, I think efficiencies in this process are, as much as we're potentially adding complexity with every comment as it goes around the table, but finding those areas where we can add those efficiencies, because we don't want to see an undue delay if we've clearly articulated the outcomes we're looking for. So I'll be looking for that, and I know that our friends of the province seem to be signaling this is something that's important to them as well. So I want to make sure that that's is highlighted wherever we can find them in the process. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, and we're starting to run over time, so keep it concise. Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, and then I'll make comments. My first question is, what did we do for phasing in 2018?
I might have to refer to Mr. Buxton for that.
Through the chair, we didn't.
Thank you. And then my second question was, in the report, there's some reference to annual inflationary updates, which makes sense to me, but I'm curious how we'd actually go about calculating that, or if that's still work that's to be done.
I think we still have to determine how to implement that, but it would be the AMI measure probably.
Great, thank you. So just some brief comments. I agree with most of my colleagues that, to me, the priority still needs to be on getting affordable housing built. So how do we streamline the CAC policy to support that? And I do think we still need to do a little bit of research, connecting with our colleagues in Whistler and Tofino about how we manage those units. And I'm not wedded necessarily to the Housing Authority managing those units, but I agree with Mayor Elliott that the end goal is to try and find a model where the housing society can be self-sufficient. So how do we kind of focus at least the immediate term of the community amenity contribution policy to support that end goal? Very happy to see the broad support for the childcare component, so no additional comments there, but other than let's continue on with it. I agree with the phasing component. 3 to 5 years is unrealistic. We started this process 5 months ago, and there'll be another few months of public engagement. So I think the development community can take that as their heads up that this is changing, and they can start to adjust for that now. And so when it comes back, we can start to implement. I do like the idea of an annual inflationary update. I think that will help streamline the process a little bit. I realize that puts a little bit more work on us up front, but I think that that will make for a more flexible policy over time, or responsive policy, perhaps is the right word. Finally, in terms of the land lift approach, I'm generally okay with moving away from it, but I think if we do, then there should be a surcharge on the flat rate. So what we're hearing from UDI is that the land lift is too confusing. It adds too much complexity into the process. And so I think when we do our pro forma on the flat rate, then we should take that into consideration, that time is money for developers. And so if we're offering a flat rate, then we add a few extra dollars to square foot because that's certainty for them. So I wouldn't be concerned I wouldn't be willing to shy away from that. And the other piece that's in the report, or at least it came in the letter from UDI, and I looked at some of the annual reports on the community amenity contributions from Vancouver. And I do think that's an interesting model that has been applied in terms of trying to better communicate to our community what we've achieved through redevelopment and how the benefits are kind of flowing through to the community year over year. So I don't know what the staff requirement would be to do that, or if we're able to really do that, but I think that's something that we should be considering bringing into our policy over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, Councillor French.
Two themes or topics that Mayor Elliott has highlighted, I believe I'd like to support as deserving to be key elements for this review. Firstly, the development application process timelines. Addressing these, being mindful of these, must be an explicit goal for reasons that Mayor Elliott has elaborated on, and not least because we have the province looking over our shoulder. The second element is public awareness and public interest in the CAC policy. And here I'd like to echo the support that you've delivered in your report or conveyed from the UDI and all stakeholders about the value of annual reports. And I think that this should be certainly an initiative that should receive some focus. Alongside the annual report, there's another idea or mechanism to build public interest and awareness, and that is to use our Chamber of Commerce and our relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. We already use the Chamber as a key contact in our development cost charges review process. We look to the Chamber as being a voice for the ICI sector, which doesn't otherwise have spokespersons as readily as the housing development industry. And we are encouraging them, and we hope that they will build a role for themselves as a key stakeholder in watching this process, to the point where I think we might consider offering presentations to the Chamber board or membership on our CAC policy in future. They, after all, have a questionnaire for developers. It's a detailed questionnaire. They tell housing development project proponents, if you want our support, here's what we're looking for. And many of these items in the questionnaire are before us today in your presentation, Mr. Velaniskis. The Chamber has diverse stakeholders within its membership, representing a variety of stakeholders in our CAC policy. Finally, Mayor Elliott has also referred to our need to look for low-income housing solutions, quick solutions. And here I'll just echo Councillor Race. The issue really in focus needs to be land, pieces of land. However, we're going to have to, despite the constraints of our geography, look to other things to lean on. It's not only a CAC policy that we lean on for this, but we have to look at other actors and other aspects to find those land solutions and be ready for those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll just quickly add that it makes sense to me that smaller regular increases in fees are a smart direction to take rather than irregular large surprise increases. easier to adjust for smaller changes over the long term, and large, unpredictable increases, they often will cause submission rushes, as the UDI points out. So having many developers applying at the same time, and that potentially leading to backlogs when things are quiet. And then that leads to challenges with district staffing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor, seeing no more comments that are urgent. There is a staff recommendation, which is to receive this for information. I don't think we have to itemize the comments. I think the comments have been noted. Is there a mover of that? Councillor Stoner moves, Councillor French seconds. Any further comment? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I'll take a 5-minute recess just to allow people to reprogram and test run things. Thank you and welcome back. We are now going to item 4 sub 1, Squamish Employment Place Space Principles. Ms. Mulligan, I'll hand the floor to you and you can introduce your assistant.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, good morning, Council. My name is Kate Mulligan. I'm the Economic Development Officer for the district, and I'm joined today by Matt Gunn, Senior Planner, and Jonas Velaniskis, Director of Planning. Today, we're going to be presenting principles for employment-based development, and this work has been conducted by Sean Grant. He's a University of Waterloo student, Master in Economic Development candidate, and has a Master's in Urban Planning. Unfortunately, Sean wasn't able to attend today's session due to some personal reasons. However, we really wanted to represent his work, so we will be presenting on his behalf and doing as good a job as we can. And so just please note that this is his conclusion of his study, and it does contain a series of recommendations based on his assessment. However, staff will be considering this work in context of overall community planning. So the district has been focused on generating an increase in employment lands in pace with terrestrial and marine demand, while also supporting priority local firm and employment growth. Economic development with the planning department have undertaken 3 assessments of recent, which have formed an understanding of the current employment land conditions, including its supply and demand, the space needs of various industry, as well as the financial viability of employment space development and the viability of users accessing space. The guiding principles for employment space development is intended to support decision-making by the District of Squamish on the delivery of new employment space, ensuring that development outcomes are aligned with district economic development goals and strategies, current and future employment space needs, economic development and planning best practices. You will note that the study does not consider the marine environment from an employment perspective. It has not been addressed as part of this work, however, could be incorporated in future, at a future time. So the Guiding Principles for Employment Space report worked to synthesize and summarize recent employment space research, district economic development goals and strategies, consider best practices drawn from urban planning and economic development literature and other jurisdictions, establish perceptions, including barriers and opportunities among the development community, real estate professionals, and target sector occupiers. The work is also aimed to make practical the implementation of principles by providing a consolidated list of OCP policy, bylaw, and process recommendations, and a set of guidelines for planners' use when working on development applications, along with a mock-up for a toolkit to serve planners during these processes. So I'm going to cover off Sean's content from his presentation. I will hand it off to Matt, who will cover a few of the slides. So like other secondary cities located in other metropolitan regional systems, Squamish must work to resist the operation of the agglomeration shadow, which removes higher order economic activities to the core, leaving them as bedroom communities. By borrowing size through the pursuit of niche development strategies, however, successful secondary cities resist the agglomeration shadow, turning their systematic positioning into an asset by offloading support services to the core and building sustainable, high-growth target sectors upon the foundations of existing complementary sectors and local assets. Squamish's emerging sector roadmap focused on the growth of target innovation sectors, including the green economy and outdoor recreation, is an example of such a strategy. These strategies are only successful when actively planning for employment space, anticipating the effects of the shadow, and ensuring that finite employment lands are used for growth and smart diversification that is by targeting complementary sector enterprises and not by lower order uses such as residential or other activities such as residential services or activities depended on by other economies.
The prevailing land economics of Squamish is characterized by high land prices, residential development, conversion. The prevailing land economics of Squamish is characterized by high land prices, residential development, conversion of employment to residential uses, and low-level employment space development. This reflects the impact of the proximity shadow to the lower mainland. Engagement with developers confirms that they see Squamish as best suited for residential and lower-order employment space development. While the economics of employment space development are challenging in our community, pro forma work conducted by the district indicates that target and complementary sectors are best able to absorb the higher development costs in the long term. The viability of employment space can be supported by allowing those sectors most able to absorb the cost of development. The viability can be further enhanced by practicing intelligent flexibility in zoning. However, the flexibility of use can be dangerous in high-demand environments with divergent lease rates and land prices. Zoning must ensure space suited to target and complementary sectors constitute the highest and best use for those lands. Developer outreach will be required to inform developers of the need of target and complementary sectors and the absorption rate potential of these sectors. It is net absorption rates that are the primary driver of development pro formas and project activity.
Building on the insights, the guiding principles are qualitative value statements, expressions of active planning, and articulations of employment space objectives aligned with the district's economic development strategy. There are three guiding principles which direct that employment planning in the district will: A, support the district's niche development strategy through the provision of employment space that meets the needs of target innovation in media sectors. B, encourage economic diversity and support target sector growth by actively planning for the development of employment space that meets the requirements of complementary sectors. And C, ensure that sufficient employment space is available to service the needs of local residents and workforce. Each guiding principle is supported by a set of sub-principles that detail space characteristics, location, use, and other matters. The first set of principles provided under Principle Set A are concerned with target sector employment space and provide for the creation of a new zoning designation for innovation space. This is employment space that specifically meet the needs of an innovation and target sector enterprises. Also provides for the establishment of an innovation area or areas to support the development or sustainment of full life cycle innovation ecosystems, and also the development of a media district to support the development and sustainment of the adventure media target sector and its supporting industries.
Principle Set B is focused on space to support economic diversity through complementary sectors. This includes space appropriate for those sectors and larger and later stage target sectors. The sub-principles provide guidelines for the provision of flexible light industrial space suited to the needs of complementary and target sector enterprises, the protection of medium industrial lands, especially those with large open space requirements, a mixed-use pedestrian-oriented downtown that is attractive to complementary sector enterprises and targets complementary sector workforce, including viable retail space and dedicated office buildings that ensure the viability of mixed-use developments throughout the area. Finally, across set B, there's the need to practice intelligent flexibility in zoning and protect finite employment lands from conversion to lower order uses. In principle set C, the concern is primarily to ensure adequate employment space for servicing the needs of local residents and workforce, but also ensuring that lower order uses are not permitted on lands required for target and complementary sectors. This includes restricting retail use to designated zones, enabling community scale development at neighborhood nodes, and ensuring retail uses of light industrial areas are restricted to appropriate areas. Implementation of future policy and action recommendations may be incorporated through the district's neighborhood planning program, zoning bylaw updates where relevant, consideration of rezoning applications, and economic development work plans. Some recommendations would also require new resources, such as staff and project budget, to implement. The Guiding Principles report is centered around the provision of employment spaces and is meant to support land use decision-making. This decision-making will be informed by other planning considerations, such as community engagement, infrastructure availability to support land use and housing needs. Some recommendations could be challenging to implement when considered in the broader context of land use decision-making. In the short term, the Guiding Principles document will be most relevant to the neighborhood planning activities of the district. The recommendation is that Council receive the Squamish Employment Space Principles report for information.
Thank you. So once again, Council, this report is for you for information. There are no decision points. So feel free to mix your comments and questions as you see fit. And this is the time for that. Councillor Anderson.
I wonder if staff might be able to come back to one of the slides, and in particular, the guiding principle slide, A, B, and C. My question was concerning guiding principle C, ensuring that sufficient employment space is available to service the needs of local residents and workforce. So the bottom sentence on the slide, the local residents and workforce. My question is whether we might, in the circumstances of Squamish, consider that it is not only local residents and workforce that we should be mindful of, but the regional context of some of our industrial sectors and the dependence that some sectors beyond Squamish have on the Squamish waterfront in particular. This issue also comes up in relation to strategic lands such as the railway yards. But we have stakeholders from Mount Currie to Fort Nelson to Saskatchewan that are dependent on Squamish lands and in particular our waterfront lands. Should this also be highlighted or we be mindful of this as we take these principles forward and as a guiding document?
Through the chair. Yeah, this document is a collection of concepts that have come out of many of our past work and studies, as well as a reflection of best practices. It is not intended to ignore or discount our regional context. And documents like the regional growth strategy will bring forward some of those ideas. This is meant to inform some of our future considerations, but I wouldn't say that this document would mean that we would ignore that regional context.
Thank you. My next question is whether, and in light of your explanation of the purpose and context for this document, is that the consultant refers to typologies of lands, and these typologies are generally, we're thinking about our zones and our general land use designations, but one that might be highlighted, I wonder, because I like this this phrasing and I think it's useful, is waterfront industrial for water-dependent industry and transportation. That is that if we take this concept of typology and use that going forward, that there may be specific typologies that need to be mapped out and considered, and that would be one of them. That's perhaps a comment, but and really follow. I'll then just wrap up with a couple more comments. We have really scored with this individual from the University of Waterloo. I feel that not only it's a framework and phrasing new to us and useful, overlapping with our own, but there's lots of insights in this report. When we have somebody from across the country making observations for us, I think it's doubly important that when we present our existing policies that we need to be careful about this. And this has come up in the Economic Partner Forum, as Ms. Mulligan would be aware, that in our OCP, our employment lands policies are a bit scattered. And we might make some effort in future to consolidate them, because in the presentation of our policies, there's a couple missing. And one is the 14.6B, and that is to allow for the expansion of port facilities, expansion of new opportunities, and I'm quoting from the OCP. And the other policy that we might be mindful of is 23.2B, the forestry land strategy, which captures a great deal of our employment lands footprint in our consideration. So that's just another observation. And I wondered also whether when we discuss neighborhood nodes, and this comes up, excuse me, on page 33 of the report, and the policy items are C6 and C7. There's a tension here, and I think it's very careful that the residential components of mixed developments undertaken within neighborhood zones are delivered as rental units only. I wonder whether, and there is a reference also to under C8 to limiting neighborhood nodes residential to 50% of the gross floor area. But when I think about the two neighborhood nodes we've dealt with in Brackendale in recent months, the Brackendale store and the Eagle Run, whether we might be mindful of needing a principle here that we don't have residential overwhelming or competing for the future potential growth of those nodes for commercial uses. Another shading, if you like, or is not only that the rental or that 50%, and I don't know whether that's the right number, but that there's potential for residential to be competing for the potential evolution of those nodes as commercial. I'll leave my comments to this at the present time. Thank you.
To the chair, could I respond to that, or should I?
Feel free, go ahead, and then Councillor Pettengill.
Yes. Yeah, so I think that's great nuance to bring to a reading of this. And I think that the key here is to really focus on the fact that there are some principles and some ideas that will inform. This is not a strategy document, it's a study. It brings some ideas forward. And I think what you've brought forward is some further context to consider when we're looking at how we might interpret these. So these are ideas we'll think about as we move forward into the neighborhood planning, and there may be other strategies to address the same intention that the document identifies. So I think that's another great piece that we could incorporate into considering what the intent is.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, Councillor French, Councillor Stoner, Mayor Elliott.
Thanks. A couple questions, then some comments. There's some references to large format retail belonging in established retail areas. And I'm just wondering how we are interpreting that. Are we reading that as a suggestion that we should accommodate large format retail, or just if we are, that's where we put it? Because I sort of thought our direction was away from big box sort of chain type of things.
Okay. To the chair, the interpretation that I take to that is that if it is going to be located in a community, retail is or a retail location is where we want to land it, as opposed to in a location where it'll compete with other uses like our industrial park or a business park, where we've tried to focus on industrial land uses. And I think also the kind of classic vision of big box or a large format retail can be augmented with some of the larger format retail we're seeing in the Lower Mainland. I think around the Cambie and Broadway corridor is a really good example where we do see large format retail, but it's incorporated into an urban form and has the capability of supporting other uses along with it. So I don't think we're saying, let's get some large format retail into our commercial area. I think we're saying, if it were to show up, that's where we want to show up. And I think we should consider it a more broad definition. Anything that you wanted to add to that?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. And then at the other end of the spectrum, sort of lower order service retail, just wondering, wasn't clear to me where this was suggesting that belongs. And where I'm getting to with this is, in my mind, certain things like a hairdresser, nail salon, maybe even a dentist or a small medical clinic could fit well in some residential areas, or maybe higher denser residential areas, but still ground floor residential. This seemed to suggest, to my reading, that no, those things belonged in neighborhood hubs, and there'd be a hard line between residential and commercial. I'm just wondering if my interpretation of that is correct, or maybe more importantly, if you can speak to our thinking of where those sorts of things might go right now.
Yeah, through the chair again. So I think one concept that might be related to something that you're talking about is the thought of accessory commercial units. It's not something that we have explored in the District of Squamish to date. But I think some of the concepts here are taking some best practices and the current landscape in the District of Squamish. I don't think accessory commercial units probably rise to the level of concern that this document is trying to identify. And so, again, it's a study, gives some ideas to inform where we want to go. I think there are other concepts that the district is considering. And I think accessory commercial units are something that we do want to consider in neighborhood planning. And I don't see that as being in contradiction to the study, but also the study is just an informing piece. We need to take our land use planning ideas and incorporate them as well.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of comments then. As I was reading through this, I thought there'd be some really exciting synergies between media district, as is suggested, and some of the conversations we're having about our arts, culture, and heritage strategy, and in performance venues and galleries and art space. And so a great opportunity for co-location, or at least close proximity for those things, which can be quite exciting. And then just wondering, there's some recommendations about the criteria or the zoning for a media district, and there was 10-foot loading doors is one of the things that stuck out to me, because as part of a media district, you're probably going to have sound studios, or you might, and I'm not sure that kind of door would work well. And so I just sort of wondered, or raising the question, or let's anything we can do to have some flexibility, so you don't have to have a variance where whatever we're requiring actually works across the whole of the spectrum. Because when people are starting out, and we want to incentivize sort of earlier stage, which I think is the goal here, not having those obstacles. So just to be careful about what our requirements are. But I take the good points in the report about if we're too flexible right off the gate, then we might not get the desired outcome. So just made me realize we do have to pay careful attention to that balance and where we're drawing those lines. So thank you.
Councillor French, Councillor Stoner, Mayor Elliott.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm wondering, was this document shared over to the Downtown South Development team at Matthews West?
Through the chair, this document hasn't been shared with anybody. It's been presented as part of the council agenda, so this is the first time the public has seen it. The development community, real estate community, and some industry were part of the engagement for the development of the principals report. So Sean did reach out to several developers here located within and working within Squamish, as well as the Metro Van area. So I'm not sure if Matthews West was part of the list of developers that were engaged. I'd have to come back to council with that.
Great, thanks. That's all I was looking for.
Councillor Stoner, Mayor Elliott, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a few questions. Our approach generally for commercial areas in mixed use buildings, at least to date, has been to provide a range of potential uses and kind of provide it as open as possible so that we can find more tenants. I'm curious if from your reading of these recommendations, if that approach needs to change or if that's still kind of the correct approach. As I read it, there was a lot of suggestions of trying to kind of tailor the uses more as opposed to kind of leaving it open-ended. So curious what your thoughts are.
Through the chair, I'll attempt to answer this and then planning can jump in if they need to correct me. There's a lot more intention, I think, with this report in terms of the uses, and in particular, creating innovation space, for instance, or a media district. But one of the key outcomes of this, and something that economic development has been thinking about for some time and needs to action now, is really telling the story, our demand story, in terms of what our firms are looking for, what type of space, what the true demand is, and so that we can share that information with our development community before they get to the point of actually a development permit. So we're going to be putting effort towards that. It's one of the recommendations within the guiding principles report. And it's something that we had actually on our list of to-dos for some time. So I think if we marry the idea of creating the story, the narrative around why there's intention, it'll be a lot easier to work with the development community if we do restrict some of the uses for some of these zones.
I will add to that. I believe that my reading of the report is that some of the intention of the report is to ensure that we go after employment that we're best suited for in our target and complementary sectors, and to be careful about the lower order employment. But much of the retail activity does fall into that category, and those are important services for our community in neighborhood nodes, in our downtown area, where we want to have an environment that is appealing to a workforce. And I think providing flexibility in retail is very important, because I think one of the worst things is to have retail and office space sit empty because of the impact that has on the desire to build further employment space by developers. So I think having that flexibility is really important. I think there are a few key places where there is some discussion in the report that I think is relevant, and which we do talk about in the planning department. And one of those is in key retail areas like along Cleveland. I think we really want to ensure that we have retail that encourages interaction with the public that are maybe walking, spending an afternoon there. And so avoiding retail that doesn't have that interaction. So, certain types of office may not generate that kind of activity. That's a place where I think we maybe are currently a little loose and could do some tightening up, and it is aligned with what we're seeing there. But I think in general, we do want to keep a fairly flexible retail zone to ensure that we have uptake on the use.
Okay, that's helpful. And the other piece that I wanted to pick up on was the innovation space zoning. And I'm curious if you can just provide some more thoughts on how we would do this, what that, it sounded interesting to me. It also sounded like a big project. And so I'm curious for staff's feedback on that.
Take it. Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Velaniskis, Director of Community Planning. And I think that's an excellent question that we would have been discussing internally as well. And there may be an opportunity to sort of, rather than taking a broad approach somewhere, to focus in on a section of town, maybe one or two larger properties, maybe in the business park. It's somewhere we could start with kind of developing the zoning, applying it, seeing if it takes off before we kind of consider other areas. But we are planning at starting next year with a smaller project that focuses on one or two properties.
Great, thank you. And then finally, the other piece that jumped out at me and that I heard through the presentation was the importance of incorporating some of these recommendations into neighborhood planning process. And Mr. Gunn, you also spoke to the concept of accessory commercial units, which has come up around this table before. So I'm just curious if you can speak a little bit to how we're integrating this into our ongoing neighborhood planning process for Garibaldi Estates.
Yeah, through the chair. Certainly, I think because this document reflects, it's intended to synthesize many of our current plans and strategies, as well as planning best practices, but to articulate it clearly. I don't think there's a significant departure from many of the intentions that we have brought to the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood planning process, or will bring to other neighborhood planning processes. I think it just brings together those ideas so it's easier to reference, communicate, and acknowledge. But many of the concepts that are laid out here, I think, will be integrated into both the next stage and the final planning that we do in the Garibaldi Estates planning process.
Mayor Elliott, and then myself.
Thank you. This was a really interesting report to read and seemed to really pull together so many of the pieces of our economic development strategy over the last 4 years. So thank you to, I'm sorry he couldn't be here, to Sean for creating this for us. One of the things I was interested in is the difference between the conventional pro forma and then the flow through model that's presented in this paper. And that where we mix uses, it tends to be the highest and best use, so the conventional sort of pro forma model. How do we see working with developers to move in a different direction that would help with the affordability and the viability of the employment model we're trying to create here?
Through the chair. I think that's an excellent question. Thank you very much. So one of the things that we spoke a lot with Sean was exactly around this development viability piece. And one of his considerations was that planners need to be equipped with tools in their toolbox to effectively tell the narrative around planning decisions. So I don't know if I'm answering your question 100%. So one of the goals that Sean had with this report is that it would also be very pragmatic. He created a set of wireframes and guidelines for planners to follow effectively based on the principles that are contained, as well as the policy recommendations. So his goal was that the conversation started early on in terms of demonstrating general viability for projects, meeting certain thresholds and requirements. And that through that process, it wouldn't be that planners would be individually appraising through a pro forma and then comparing notes with the developer, but talking in more general sense around the viability. Moving away from the existing profile of the developer saying, well, I did my pro formas and this doesn't work, to the planner saying, but these are the policy requirements, to actually having a tool to work with developers through that process. So I don't know if I completely answered your question, but that was one of the aspects of Sean's work, that he was trying to, I guess, provide this really practical tool for assessment and working with the development community.
Makes sense, but and you also know that developers create their pro forma based on the value at which they bought the land and the zoning that's in place. And so I can see the value of moving those conversations and that education up front, and educating our real estate community as well. They seem to be a part of this, but it also made me wonder whether our mud zones are achieving the employment space we wanted, given how much residential density we end up with in the mud zones, given Sean's paper. Have staff given any thought to whether that's an area we might want to rethink?
Through you, Chair. I think definitely mud zones are new, and our initial kind of attempt to add it, was lacking some of the information that we have now, and they vary. Some require 30%, some require up to 50% employment space. So I think it's certainly an area that we're going to be working on in the future as we do these rezonings for mixed-use districts.
I think I read the report correctly that with the recommendations that Sean made for downtown, we can finally do away with this idea of doing retail, second floor office and residential. Like that was an idea whose time should never have come actually in the district. And we can finally move in a different direction.
And through the chair, I think, yeah, his recommendation does identify that as a challenge. Again, being informed by discussion with the development community and what's going on. And I think one of the key points to take from that is that we do want to land office somewhere in the community. And so that attempt, which has run into challenges, if it's to be replaced, we really do need to identify locations for offices to be built. And that becomes a bit of a challenge because when you identify a location for office, that has an impact on it because it's no longer going to be used for residential. And so he has come up with a recommendation, and I think our task will be to evaluate that. Does that make sense? Are there other criteria we should be considering? But I think it's a really important piece to keep in mind. If we are moving away, which seems to make sense since we've had challenges with second story office, we do need to identify locations for dedicated office buildings. And that could be a challenging conversation at some point.
I just wanted to ask about large format accommodation. And his report mentions the Garibaldi Estates as a place for large format accommodation, but that didn't seem to make sense to me. I just wondered if that aligned with our zoning plans right now.
Through the chair, it may reflect the fact that we do have a hotel in the Garibaldi Estates that may be building on that concept. At this point, we don't have, a land use plan of where we want to see what uses we want to see in the Garibaldi Estates. So I probably won't speak to whether or not that's an appropriate alignment with policy for the Garibaldi Estates at this point.
Those are all my questions, but I think I really appreciated the wireframe model and the principles, and it will be a valuable piece of work for staff and for the next council. Perhaps my last question is that this didn't really address net gain of employment lands. It talks about protecting, but maybe you could speak to how we want to capture the adding employment lands in the future.
Through the chair. I think there are two, maybe three primary mechanisms that come to mind. One, we do have in the industrial sector opportunity for adding land that currently is not in use in the Chikai Fan. I think it's been identified in past studies as a very important source of future industrial land. And so I think we really want to be cognizant that if a barrier is built that protects those areas, that no other land uses are enabled beyond what is in the current application until we've gone through a land use plan and identified the best use of those lands. So I think that's one really important piece when it comes to industrial. With retail, I think we want to make sure that, as it says, hold on to our existing areas, but in development, in neighborhood nodes, I think that's an opportunity to integrate additional retail that we currently don't have designated throughout our community. So I think those nodes are really key areas for bringing retail closer to people to reduce daily trips, create those centers and add to our employment space. But I think one of our largest opportunities for adding employment space is going to be through office. Office is something that can be integrated with other uses. We don't have large swaths of area that are dedicated to office, but office can stack on top of other uses. And so it is probably one of the more flexible opportunities to integrate into the community. The future of office is a bit unknown. We're coming out of the pandemic. We have a very different mechanism of work where people are doing remote work. It's hard to say what the demand for office will be looking forward. But, certainly as I look at literature, I do see discussion around the desire to be able to bring people together into shared spaces. We do have an attractive community and people are able to work remotely. So it may be a place where we're able to land offices that can balance the desire to be close to the city, but still have a place people can come together. And we may be able to layer office into some of our neighborhoods. And because you can go up in stories with office, we can add quite a bit of employment space. And it's one of our highest employee density and wage density land uses. So I see that as an important place to look for opportunities to add office. And so, for example, in the Garibaldi Estates process, that's again something we will be looking at. How can we look for maintaining those opportunities for the future? You want to add anything to that?
I think that was pretty cool.
Thank you. I just think it's a great report in terms of being clear on what our strategy is to avoid that bedroom community status. And it will take a lot of courage and holding the line, I think, for staff and council going forward to achieve these principles. But I think it's so important to protect our brand as a community and to protect the employment space that we want to build for the future. So thank you for this report. It was great.
Thank you. And I spoke the last time in the last presentation about how this today was turning into a series of flashbacks for me. And this report, when I was reading it and listening to the presentation, brought me back to my first all candidates meeting, the first year I ran for office, when I spoke about sustainable development. And it says the same thing. In other words, we want to grow in balance, et cetera. And it occupied a lot of the discussion in my first term when we sat there and we sort of analyzed what was bad about being a bedroom community. And the problem, as the report highlights, is, you know, you take your people that live here and they go work in another community where they support a business that pays a higher level of taxation. They come back here and they live in a house that pays a low level of taxation, and they expect these very expensive amenities like skating rinks and pools, et cetera, that are associated with residential. So it just, the model doesn't work. And that's not even considering the cost of going back and forth on the highway and all the issues that that raises. So it's very much aligned with that. It has been discussed before. I think it's a battle we're still fighting, frankly, and this helps us. When I was reading the report, and the interesting example for me was that little town in Switzerland that's gone into the I think it was biomed business. And so we have sector plans, and is that kind of the focus? Does this report sort of lead us in any different direction?
Thanks for the question. So the report is built on the emerging sector roadmap in terms of its focus. So it's very much focused on what we've kind of coined as priority sectors for development. And then the complementary supply chain. So those complementary sectors. So that was really the premise of the report. The idea was to marry our sector strategy with our employment space planning. And I think through the guiding principles, it's fairly well articulated with the introduction of new zones such as innovation space, which builds on the needs assessment from that was completed by the district in 2021 that assessed industry users' needs for space. So basically, Sean drew all of the information from those pieces of research, whether it was the viability study or the needs assessment or looking at the emerging sector roadmap and what it contained, to build this set of guiding principles in relation to our current OCP policy, bylaws, so on, and best practices. So the intent is that this reflects our strategy, it's not divergent. And the idea is to ensure that we don't spend too much effort or put in policy that will lead to lower order uses, which is defined as more of those resident serving, although those need to be there, we can't be overwhelmed by resident services, I think is what the message is within the report, as well as this idea that we will only sort of be a support for other economies. So really, it's this niche development strategy, which is the emerging sector roadmap, which is driving the guiding principles that you see before you.
Thank you. And the other comment I'll make really is, it's a comment, not a question, is when I was reading this, I started to think, well, we need another business park. And the one we had, which initially was called an industrial park until businesses started moving in there and it developed a significant commercial occupation is, from my perspective, is we might as well consider it as being full. It's 1 or 2 lots away from being full. By the time you get another one up and running, probably will be full for sure, and the pressure will be on. And it's been mentioned by others, the Chikai fan is obvious for some types of uses, medium industrial, et cetera. But the challenge would be something like, if you had, we'll take the example, a biomed sort of type of industry, and you wanted to try to locate them somewhere, and there's no room in the existing business park, you're not going to put them in the Chikai fan. Of course, that's not quite the same atmosphere. So where would you put it? And so now you start thinking around the different areas where there's large land development potential. And the challenge, I think, is going to be for those types of uses, getting people to build them in developments. And I find it hard to believe that there would be those types of sectors or buildings without supporting residential around it, just because of some of the realities of development. I hear from developers all the time that, the last thing that gets sold or rented out, and we've seen examples throughout the town, is the commercial. And the residential offers a chance to make a profit and get a return and cover the costs quickly, usually. And then eventually you flesh out the commercial. And if you have an entirely commercial building or pod of buildings like that, a campus, unless you have some kind of key tenant coming in there to start it off and anchor it, it's a challenge to do that without sort of it being part of a larger residential development. So it's a comment. I still think we have to do that. I absolutely agree with what the report says. And I think you can think about different areas that might support business activities. They don't have to be as large as the one we've got here. We've talked about others and other rezonings and issues lately. Down by the golf course, for example, is another area. And they'll be suited to different things. But I absolutely agree that that's a direction we've got to pursue. And we have to look a fair ways into the future, because it takes a while to get these things up and running for some of them. And as I say, I think the business park will be full inside of 5 years. Thank you. Any other comments, Council? Councillor Anderson.
The message that's delivered a few times in this report, encouraging active planning of light and in medium industrial lands for our complementary, that is in our terminology, core and enabling sectors, is a very welcome message. And it is not only to support, to quote a recent presentation from Economic Development Council, the resiliency of those sectors, but also to allow for their growth, the growth of primary processing, manufacturing, tourism, transportation. Secondly, a second observation is this item B9, disallow the conversion of medium industrial lands to any other use. Something, and I'm going back to an observation made earlier regarding the waterfront, is that our recent marine zoning initiative has not yet protected waterfront industrial land from non-water dependent uses. And that is something that would fit with the spirit of the observations our consultant is making here. Finally, there's a sentence here that I thought deserves emphasis, considering we're going to be, as I understand it, undertaking more work in developing model 2.0 of our employment lands demand model. To quote in the section medium industrial, page 21, it would be difficult to utilize any particular model development or exemplar project to guide medium industrial planning. And I think that's a very important observation that we must keep in mind in future, because of the episodic nature of the demand for those land typologies. It isn't like the rest of the commercial or light industrial land market and demand scenarios. The messages to education or exposure, raising awareness for the developer and landowner community. We've already seen this play out in the business park on Queensway, where we had perhaps unexpected new demand, competing medium industrial demand for land, which the landowners and their representatives were arguing did not exist, that demand. Finally, I wonder, with all of the observations in this report, whether it might be something to share with our advisory design panel members. One of the sections in here addresses parking of trucks or truck access, makes some interesting observations, and that's a common topic for the advisory design panel, and one perhaps that reflects uncertainty on the part of their members as well, is where are we going with truck access and how important is it? Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments or questions, Council? Mayor Elliott moves receipt. Is there a seconder? Councillor Herford? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So, Council, you're brilliant. We're back on schedule. And so we will recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back. We are now on item 4, sub 3 of our agenda, Zero Waste Action Plan. And I'll turn it over to Ms. White.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Shannon White. I'm the Integrated Solid Waste Specialist at the District of Squamish, and I am joined here today with Sue Maxwell from Eco Inspire, who is part of the team that put together the update to our Zero Waste Action Plan, which was in partnership with the Whistler Center of Sustainability. So without further ado, I'd like to jump into our presentation. Apologies, trying to do technology while talking. It's not a forte. So the resolution that staff have brought forward is that Council endorse the Zero Waste Action Plan 2022 to 2027 and supports the targets and priority areas as presented by the Sustainability Department to the Committee of Whole on October 11th, 2022. We have a lot to cover in a short amount of time. So we might be speaking quickly, and feel free to dive in with your questions if there's something we've just grazed upon and you want more detail. So we're going to touch a little bit on the background. So our current system, waste system, zero waste and circular economy, the theories, as well as a very brief update to the 2016 zero waste strategy. Then we'll dive into the Zero Waste Action Plan that is being presented, the processes and engagement that we've gone through to get here, some of the gaps that were now provided, assessed, and the targets and indicators, as well as strategies and actions that have been proposed. And then we'll dive into next steps and open up for questions. So as a little bit of background, you can see that on the image on the screen, there has been quite a substantial decrease in waste produced per capita per year by the community. You can see that in 2008, we were at over 1,000 kilos per person sent to the landfill. And we are now, as of 2021, down to 507 kilos per person. On the screen, you can see a couple of the highlights noted when we introduced organics collection and then when we added recycling. Unfortunately, that is still higher than the council's target in the strategic action plan of 300 kilos per person. However, we just want to acknowledge that there has been progress made over the past years. We recently conducted a waste composition audit at the landfill, which is where we take out samples of the garbage that is sent to landfill and we analyze what's in there. We, get nitty and gritty in it. And we also look at where that waste has come from and then extrapolate it out. So you can see who is sending, who, meaning which industry or sector is sending garbage to our landfill. Is primarily commercial, followed by our curbside collection garbage, and then our residential waste, which is self-hauled garbage to the landfill, which is generally tagged as residential. It could be a contractor using a personal vehicle, and then construction and privately dumped, and then other, which other might be like community cleanups and kind of things like that. We also, through this analysis, have looked at where is the material flowing in our community. So it's not all ending up in the landfill, right? So 39 of what's produced in our community, 39% is sent to the landfill. 23% is cogeneration, which is our dirty wood, which is sent, has been sent to the Port Mellon facility as fuel for their facility. And then 27% was sent as recycling to our Recycle BC program, and then 11% to organics and composting. We talk a lot about recycling and composting, but this is just a friendly reminder that we can't recycle our way out of where we are today. A lot of the work in the Zero Waste Action Plan that we're proposing is around the top end of the hierarchy, and that rethink, redesign, reduce, and reuse. So this is the zero waste pollution prevention hierarchy. We tried really to avoid the very bottom of the hierarchy, which is really that waste to energy, incineration, landfill, garbage, material recovery, which is burning down melting down plastics to turn them into fuel, for example. So really just trying to focus in on the top while supporting other initiatives. We also have integrated the circular economy butterfly design, which is supported by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. There's a transition in the zero waste community to integrate into the circular economy. And so internally, staff have been working to kind of collaborate and make sure that the work we're doing under the umbrella of circular economy supports and is harmonized with the work of zero waste. I want to give a very quick update to the 2016 Zero Waste Strategy. Here is a couple of the highlights. Unfortunately, due to COVID, a lot of our in-person events had to be put on pause, which was a shame, but we are putting life back into them as kind of society resumes to the quote unquote normal. So you have the Reuse It Fair, repair cafes, curbside tune-ups, the kids' bike share, that's not what it's called, that the Rotary and Under One Roof did. Thank you, Recycle Bicycle. And then also the work we've done to require big events to do behind the scenes sorting, which is, so the Constellation Music Fest is an example of that. On the 2016 strategy, there are some some actions that were completed and others that are ongoing, so in process. And then there's about 24% of them are just items that we will continually be working on, like communications and behavior change. Those are not a one-stop shop action item. And a few of them have not been started because they were perhaps not aligned with the Council Strategic Action Plan or other plans in the District of Squamish. There is more detail around this in the Council report. I do want to highlight some of the things that we're really excited about. So under the zero waste work over the previous years, we've developed or created a permanent full-time position that is a sustainability outreach coordinator who's able to execute a lot of the outreach work in the community by law enforcement, events, engagement, communications. We've been able to update the solid waste utility bylaw several times, requiring source separation, tightening what the definitions around contamination and fining or financial incentives. We've also been able to integrate the Zero Waste Action Plan updates into the OCP, which is a milestone and a significant support to the work that we do. We've also been able to align the fee structure at the landfill to promote diversion through financial incentives, which is the mixed waste surcharge or banned item surcharge. And then we've also rolled out the single-use items reduction bylaw and demolition waste diversion bylaw. Both of them are ongoing work. And then also, it may not seem like a big thing, but it is in the solid waste world, is biannual waste composition studies have been integrated into the operating budget of the solid waste utility. That's a huge thing. So then we're really able to see what do we see at the landfill and how can we implement programs that reduce the things that could be diverted from the landfill. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Sue.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, so it's been exciting to work on this project, developing the next Zero Waste Action Plan. And as you will have seen, we started in July by taking a look and seeing what's the current situation, what is the baseline information, and what are best practices that other communities are looking at as well. And we had a stakeholder committee meeting at that point. And then in July and August, we did a lot of the engagement work. So site visits, pop-up activities, focus groups, interviews, and then also doing a deeper dive on the gap analysis, both from what we were hearing with that engagement, as well as by taking a look at the first part of the information that we got as well. And then in September, we had developed some strategies and actions in draft form to run by the stakeholder committee so that we could get feedback from them that were based on addressing some of the gaps as well as suggestions that came from the community. And we developed targets and indicators as well. And then we did another check-in with this was an online check-in with the stakeholder committee as well. So now we're in October with this draft strategy and the tech memos as well. So next slide, please. We'll just a quick look at some of the engagement activities, although I know that the engagement summary was in your council package. There was surveys done that were available both online and in paper, site visits, interviews with some businesses, as well as the organization doing some work on the embedded carbon work that you're taking a look at for built environment. We had the stakeholder committee, which had 21 members. We had pop-up activities at different locations, and then something also at Under One Roof in the food bank and the Welcome Center. In terms of the highlights of the people who were responding to the engagement, which might be people who are a bit more supportive of zero waste and circular economy, they were quite supportive, thinking it was very important or important for the district to work towards zero waste. As well as another 88% feeling similarly about working on circular economy. Although the engagement also revealed that some people were also not as clear on what maybe circular economy might look like. Some of the biggest barriers identified were product packaging. You know, you don't necessarily get to choose how your products are packaged, and a lack of alternatives or infrastructure. And so one of the survey questions was taking a look at how well is the district doing in encouraging the community to move towards zero waste, from going from red, which is not well at all, to green, which is very well. And you'll see that in terms of curbside collection, people were generally pretty positive, but there were some people saying, oh, maybe there could be a bit more done. We also took a look at food waste reduction, drop-off, transfer stations, general waste reduction, extending the life of products, so things such as the repair cafe would be an example, and education programs. And with all of that information, we then developed the Zero Waste Action Plan, which includes several sections. And of course, the whole thing is in your package. It has the analysis of the current system. The ones in bold, I will go into in a little bit more detail. So gap analysis, looking at targets and indicators, planning for EPR changes because the province has committed to rolling out some regulations for mattresses and more hazardous waste products, and looking at relationship to other district plans, strategies and actions, and we also included some more details in that plan as well. So the key gaps, of which there's much more detail in the plan, but essentially having more consistent and broad education and support. And as Shannon mentioned, obviously the pandemic hindered a lot of that work in the past couple of years. Some things related to convenience, so longer hours, more locations, try to have one-stop drop as much as possible. And then stronger policies and regulations, and then maybe leading to enforcement. So you've rolled out quite a few new policies in your term. So now that things are going back to sort of normal, as those are getting more fully implemented, then seeing, you know, how are those, how is that work happening, and then what enforcement might be required. So in terms of targets and indicators, we developed 3 targets. And they are based on a per capita basis. And the rationale for that was that with the growth that is forecast to happen in Squamish over the next 5 years, to have something that's a total amount could be harder to use that as a really good predictor of success if growth happened either slower or faster than we might expect. So the first one is waste per capita. So that's essentially looking at all of the waste that is generated that would go generally to the landfill, but with new haulers in town, it is possible it could go to an incinerator, and divide it by the population. The target is 90% less by 2040, and with an interim target of 2030, about 50% less. We have a baseline for these for 2018, and although there is more current data, what we wanted to do was align with the climate action plan. There is a target in there specific to food waste reduction or organics components reduction. And so we wanted, given that the modeling for CCAP is all established, we wanted to make sure that things were aligned in that respect. And when we set 90%, and this was discussed at the stakeholder committee, it's taking a look at the fact that the waste composition study shows that about 2/3 of the waste right now could be recycled or composted tomorrow if everything was working well. So it's not that you need to develop new systems so much as we need to work on systems to encourage people to use those and businesses use those systems well. We are also expecting, as I mentioned, provincial EPR programs to come on stream, and with the federal and provincial governments also doing actions around plastic waste in particular, but also some other components. There's also businesses that are changing their design. There's more reuse companies, those sorts of things. So we think in the next 5 years that this should be achievable. The second one is discards per capita. So this is a slightly different way of taking a look at diversion rates. Diversion rates aren't necessarily very useful if you're focusing on some things that are quite heavy, like concrete and asphalt. They can skew your numbers. But overall, what we're trying to look at is fewer materials going through the community. Of the materials that come through the community, they're used for longer periods of time and they're more useful. So that would include basically all of the waste, but also the recycling and the compost. And again, dividing that by the population, setting a target of that to have 50% less, and that sort of also aligning with less waste, but also reducing the wasting of food, reducing the amount of single-use items, changing more to reusables, and of course, these actions at other levels of government, as well as other local governments and businesses are taking. And then the third one aligns with what is in the climate action plan, which is looking at the organics that remain in waste that are going to the landfill. And so that one, you would be able to report on that every 2 years if you were continuing to have your waste composition studies every 2 years, because you need the waste composition study to do that check on that. And the CCAP target is 50% less by 2030. So that would be down at 120 kilograms, and then aiming for 0 by 2040. And there's a number of possible indicators that staff will analyze if they can be tracked. Some of them might require partners to take a look at the number of share, reuse, and repair assets, growth in the number of businesses, what sort of funding's available, what sort of greenhouse gas reductions are happening with the changes in consumption and waste. So these ones will get evaluated. And then we developed a series of strategies and actions. We were aiming for 4 focus areas, which we have the food and organics, the built environment materials, packaging and single-use items, and durable and non-food consumables. Non-food consumables be things like paint or light bulbs. And then as we developed the actions, we realized many of them apply to all materials. So we also have an all materials section. So just to pull out a couple of examples, because I know that you have the full details in your package, but something like monitor and report on waste metrics. And actions that could happen under that would be identifying which metrics can be tracked regularly and reporting back to the community. The community were at the stakeholder committee were often saying, oh, we want to know how we're doing. Is what we're doing making a difference? Do we need to do more? Another action or strategy could be engage and support the institutional, commercial, and industrial sector and organizations to implement zero waste solutions, because as Shannon showed you, a good chunk of the waste is coming from that commercial sector. So things like creating audit templates for different types of businesses and finding out and supporting them in terms of making changes, updating the waste guides that you have, requiring education and diversion opportunities within accommodation providers, and running an industrial symbiosis program for Squamish focused on materials exchange. In terms of food and organics, it could be things like implementing campaigns to encourage reduced food waste. So that could be running workshops locally with partner organizations, or also advocating for the province to support free food waste prevention education resources like Love Food, Hate Waste, you might be familiar with. Provide waste prevention technical assistance to businesses and organizations to help them reduce wasted food. And another strategy could be to support community organizations that are involved with food rescue and redistribution. And this mirrors some of the action that's been happening for the Sea to Sky food recovery strategy. I think that's the name. And so working with that food recovery network to understand where the food could come from, where it could go, how to redistribute it, and perhaps having a local online marketplace. In terms of built environment materials, increasing the reuse and recycling of building materials and deconstruction requirements. So there could be a program with local organizations to have more residents and businesses separate out their materials and to integrate, perhaps as examples, in integrating those materials into district builds. It's also another strategy would be to develop the infrastructure necessary to facilitate greater reuse and recycling of built environment materials, such as a one-stop drop-off shop for those, or perhaps a salvaging system at the landfill to capture some of the stuff that's coming in that's still perfectly good before it gets mixed with everything else, and to create a C&D hub with local organizations. For packaging and single-use items, really trying to work on that behavior change campaigns to reduce the use of those, encourage local food services to do that. Sometimes the barrier can be that they don't know that reuse of containers is possible, and so making sure that they're aware of the change in policy at the provincial level, and to encourage workplaces to provide reusable food serviceware in lunchrooms. It's also possible to seed and support local reuse programs for cup takeoutware and food and packaging. So there could be some research in terms of determining what the interest is by local businesses and to run a pilot. And leading by example by prioritizing reusables at municipal facilities and getting district staff on board as early adopters. And that's something that the City of Victoria has been looking at. In terms of durable goods and non-food consumables, looking at beefing up the use of lending libraries, identifying, where that could happen, which groups might be able to increase their offerings, and to explore options to recycle materials not currently regulated, such as couches and chairs, by supporting local entrepreneurs. And that's something that's been happening on some regional districts on the island. So I'll turn that back over to Shannon.
Great. Thanks, Sue. That was the fastest I've seen over 200 actions highlighted. So thank you. Just to dive into next steps a little bit, as Sue highlighted, that those were just a few examples. We pulled a few strategies and a few actions to give you an idea of what is in the action plan. So the next steps for staff are to incorporate all feedback from council. And then what we want to do is dive into the actions that have been proposed and evaluate them and then prioritize them where they can be implemented. So this is definitely a multi-departmental document. So it's cross-cutting. It is not just a solid waste initiative. And then assess all financial implications and where that budget request might be associated in what year. And then also the circular economy roadmap is being updated in late 2022 or 2023. And so just want to ensure that there's harmonization between the actions recommended through this action plan and that roadmap, and then further integration into staff work plans. And with that, the resolution, as I mentioned at the beginning, is that council endorses the Zero Waste Action Plan and supports the targets and priority areas as that Sue walked through. That's not the exact wording. Wording is there on the screen. And we just wanted to open up to questions.
Thank you very much. Council? Councillor Anderson.
Ms. White, your colleagues presented a community climate action plan update presentation a couple of months ago, and one of the, if you like, footnotes in the presentation under the deconstruction bylaw was a signal to the effect that staff is considering already revisions to the bylaw. And of course, we've had a year or a little bit more of experience and conversations with stakeholders. And I wondered if you could update us as to whether staff is considering this. Perhaps you might be coming to the next new council, incoming council, to address this. Of course, there are community conversations about how this bylaw is working now that we have it, yet we still see excavators smashing up buildings. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. So yes, as you mentioned in the Community Climate Action Network action plan update, we did mention that we are looking at that bylaw. I can't provide any significant detail on it yet. It is something we're just aware that it could use a bit of further refinement. We're working through the internal processes and how it interacts with our different departments in our organization. So in the building and the planning and the inspectors, like how can we work together to ensure it is comprehensively enforced? And then where are the loopholes, if there are any? So I can't make any promises, but definitely if there is any update to that bylaw, it will be brought forward to the new council in later 2023.
Thank you. My next question concerns the contracts that we have in place. There are two that are referred to, of course, with the GFL organization. And another one that comes up is the Bottle Depot. There is a couple of company names that are mentioned there and contracts names. My question is, as we consider new systems, new infrastructure, are there timelines for you to keep in mind for these contract renewals and whether we want to reshape them or adjust their scope and terms? Is this something that guides your schedule in how to in addressing our developing the infrastructure strategy?
Thank you, through the chair. I'd just like to clarify, we do not have a contract with the Bottle Depot. The Bottle Depot has a contract directly with Encore, which is the beverage recycling program. The District of Squamish has no influence or authority with the Bottle Depot and the services that they provide. That's through this provincial program. So right to them with your comments, back to their situation, if you have any. We do have two major contracts for the landfill operations and management, as well as our curbside collection. And there is always opportunity to see how we can incorporate influences to the system to change it, to address the gaps that Sue and her team did identify during their work. So you're correct. The contracts are not up right now. So definitely that will be taken into consideration when we start looking at those contracts and reissuing the RFPs.
Thank you. Finally, there's a reference on page 33 of the report, and this is under GAPS, Programs, Initiatives, and Projects, number 22, lacking an ongoing working group to support the implementation of the zero waste and circular economy activities. Could you comment or make any observations at this point on what you see or have your experience with the working groups that you've had, and what you might see going forward as to putting together an advisory or working group for different components of the picture?
Great, thank you, through the chair. An excellent question. So the District of Squamish has supported the Squamish Climate Action Network's Zero Waste Action Team by providing a liaison and supporting them with, a meeting room or something like that, which is great for working with the community who's interested in waste reduction and zero waste initiatives. The gap that you've identified is really more so about this strategy and ensuring there's transparency and accountability to the rollout of the plan. So one of the many actions is actually to create a group of interested or engaged residents. So less a council subcommittee and more a residential committee that could consist of businesses or whatnot. It doesn't have to be just residents that perhaps staff meet with quarterly to provide them with an update on the plans and actions, and if there's been any pivots due to, perhaps a provincial regulation or something. So that is a goal and an intent or an outcome of this plan.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner, followed by Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the fantastic presentation and the detailed report. A few questions. There's a list of additional metrics in addition to the targets, which I think the targets are really solid. But I wasn't entirely clear if it's proposed that we monitor the additional metrics or if it's just kind of like ad hoc that we measure them if possible. Some seem like they'll be extremely useful. Others seem like they're going to be ambitious to try and measure. So I'm just curious where the line is on those additional metrics.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to clarify, you're talking about the indicators, the list of indicators. Yes. So yes, that as Sue mentioned and on her slide, it did say staff was going to assess those indicators because there are some that we have no control over, or it's very hard or time consuming to obtain that data. So staff is going to kind of take a real thorough look at that list and see what is feasible and what is feasible on a regular interval or what perhaps is maybe on a annual or biannual interval.
Okay, great. And then I don't think I was totally surprised, but still a little bit disappointed to see how much of the waste is coming from the commercial sector. And I know that's one piece of our outreach and education that we've been trying to target over the last few years. And so just curious if you can speak a little bit to the strategies behind that going forward. And in particular, there was one suggestion that jumped out at me in terms of tying the requirement for waste reduction plan to business licensing. And I'm curious if that's even feasible or where you think kind of our biggest bang for our buck is to try and address that tough sector.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll start and then Sue, feel free to jump in. We were actually just chatting. If there's one place to make a really big impact is through the commercial sector. So you've hit the nail on the head. That's the right expression. So I'll let Sue fill in, but oh my gosh, sorry, I lost the train of thought on your question there. Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, totally. So given the commercial sector is such a huge component, one of the suggestions being that we tie waste reduction plans to business licensing or any other sort of tools that we can use to move that progress in that area.
Great, thank you. Yes, this is actually something that the Resort Municipality of Whistler is doing. Whether they're doing it comprehensively, I can't speak to that, but it is something that we think is a great place to make an initial impact. So just requiring businesses to think about what type of waste materials they produce and where are they going. And it will require, it hasn't been done yet because it will require some internal work through our business license department and what does that look like and who's monitoring it. None of that is exactly clear yet, but it is something where we think is actually quite low-hanging fruit for us to do. And then do you want to fill in on other commercial?
Sure, through the chair. Yeah, so in Whistler, they have been starting doing that, and it's been for new license requests for food businesses. That was sort of the first place to target. So it's not all the renewing ones, but I think it's something that could get expanded over time, especially if you have other supportive tools. So if you have your guides for different kinds of businesses in terms of what they can do for the waste, and if you've got these audits and other tools happening, it's not meant to be a punitive measure. It's meant to be oh, hey, maybe you hadn't thought about this. Here's a bunch of tools, and we'll help to kind of coach you when you submit your plans.
Great, that's helpful and leads into my other question, which is often with this work, and I think it is important, we're trying to change behavior. And so there's a lot of incentives and carrots, but there's also real costs if we don't achieve these goals to the taxpayer, to the municipality. And so when do we start to recalibrate that balance from education and playing nice to having a bit of a harder stick on enforcement?
Great. And I'll just, Sue, feel free to always jump in as well, because Sue provides great perspective on things I might be missing. But I would say that even the previous zero waste action or strategy, we were working on this. It is an ongoing effort to change behavior and have businesses integrate this into their day-to-day operations. And I would say that when we changed the the solid waste utility bylaw and integrated source separation, we gave the business community quite a bit of grace time. We developed a bunch of documents to support them, tools and resources. Unfortunately, due to COVID, that outreach and really working with that business community had to be put on halt because of the impacts or what the business community was going through with COVID. That was not a top priority. And that being said, that is actually something we're working on again now. So we will be out in the community, kind of that enforcement. First, hey, here's your education and resources. And by the way, if you're not source separating, we can fine you, and here's associated fines. As well, we have slowly been increasing at our landfill. We have a general tipping waste for garbage. However, now we have what used to be called mixed waste, and now it's the ban surcharge. And it is when the ban surcharge is applied to somebody's load that has over 5% recyclables in that load by weight or volume, it's over double they have to pay. It's significant now. So now I'm starting to get phone calls. Finally, I think we've hit that threshold where people are noticing it. Before it was business as usual and they just integrate into their the cost of doing business. And now that surcharge is high enough, we're catching people's attention and saying, hey, take out the cardboard, take out the wood. We can see it with the photos that we take and the evidence that's gathered. So I think we're starting to see a bit of improvement on that end because of that financial incentive.
One more quick one. It jumped out to me in the report that it says that new multifamily developments and stratas have to contract themselves and they can't be added into our existing GFL network. And I'm just curious why that is, because I feel like that's potentially an area where we lose a little bit of control. So curious why that is.
Thanks, through the chair. I'm not sure. I can't speak to the historical decision was made, but at some point the district of Squamish did decide to offer only curbside collection through our contract with GFL right now to single family homes. If we wanted to add apartment buildings and commercial properties, we might have to reevaluate, is it a service that we provide? Like Burnaby has trucks on the ground providing that service. That would be a whole rework of like our public works and whatnot. So it's definitely a much bigger conversation. I agree we'd have more control, but there'd be significant initial costs to the district of Squamish to follow that route.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, followed by Mayor Elliott. Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you. And excellent report. I think we mentioned before, who knew solid waste and waste in zone could be so exciting. For the first question is actually maybe for our finance department. There's some mention of Squamish Rebuild and services like that. And I know there's a fair number of restrictions around our utility fees, but could we use utility fees for something like funding a fee for service for a program like Squamish Rebuild, or is that generally offside for utility fees?
Through the chair, I don't have that question or can't answer that question on hand, but can bring it back to council.
Okay, thank you. In the report, and we've had some conversation about updating the construction waste bylaws, and as I read the plan, that's in the 10-year time frame or longer term, but it seems that we're seeing significant growth, so presumably a lot of significant construction waste in the short term. So I'm just wondering why we wouldn't target that for the short term, or what we would need to recalibrate that piece if that's a core area where we're seeing a lot of waste.
Great, thank you through the chair. That's an excellent question. We'll relook at that. I agree that our recent waste composition audit shows that that's a place where we can find a lot of opportunity, and so we can relook at moving forward that work.
Okay, and then somewhat related, my understanding is that our numbers on per capita waste skew higher because of the construction waste, and so it sort of misrepresents what individuals are doing or not doing versus the sector. Are we able to split that out, or am I misunderstanding the per capita number? Like can we split that out so it's clear this individual per capita number, that's what people are doing, and then here's the construction sector's number?
Great, thank you. We have tried to get to that level of detail. Unfortunately, the way that apartment buildings are serviced, so multifamily homes or people who are not on our curbside collection, their garbage is collected in the same truck as, businesses in the community. So we are left with a rough guess of percentage of waste. So to date, we've decided to err on the side of what we know versus kind of trying to be like, okay, 25% might be multifamily home. It gets a little bit gray because they are serviced by a private contractor. So to date, we're not there, but it is always something that I think would provide better numbers. I'm not sure if you want to speak to the numbers more.
No, I think you.
Okay, and then the last one, this is a bit more challenging because for me, the one gap in this is not having total waste targets and focusing on per capita. And my reason for saying that is, it's not just Squamish, and not just Squamish in the short term that's having to manage growth. It's a global problem, and it's not a short-term problem. And so for me, the thing we all have to wrap our head around is how do we get our waste numbers down in an absolute sense, not just in a per capita sense. So how do we transition towards, and I understand it's much more aggressive, but I guess I feel like, that's the problem we have to solve. And so let's be clear with ourselves about what kind of investment and tactics are required. So how do we get to those, just hard targets, it's not per capita, and start managing that?
Through the chair. Yes, you're right. The landfill fills up in a total amount of waste, and the resources that we use globally, it's about the total amount of resources. The question is if we're using the targets as the ultimate goal where we want to go to. So you could have a target for total waste, but then the other question is, if you are going to be held to those targets, when you are measuring the targets, if you had your growth occur very quickly, then it could be that you would totally miss the target because you would be getting more waste in the short term. Maybe all of your programs hadn't been implemented yet. And then would you say, oh, that's a failure? Or if conversely, if you had all of the growth happen later, or maybe the growth didn't happen to the same degree, you might do almost no actions, but maybe you would still be sort of meeting your target. So when you set the targets like that, it's really about how aggressive do you want to be? What happens if you don't meet the targets? Is that just going to inspire more action, or will that kind of detract from the actions that you already had underway? And how confident are you in terms of being able to predict the growth and the timing of that growth in Squamish?
And sorry, just to follow on what Sue's mentioning, is that we do track annually how much waste is accepted at the landfill. We're regulated by the government, by the provincial government, on how much waste we have a cap on how much garbage we can accept. So we do track that data. And so we could report out on it and perhaps not build targets against it, though.
Can I add
Yeah,
to that?
go ahead.
So yeah, essentially it is the indicators are meant to be things that you would track to see how things are going, but they're not necessarily your total goal. But they do provide valuable information in terms of how things are going. So we do recommend that total waste is, as well as total recycling, total materials collected for compost would be tracked and then reported back, so that you could use it as a tool to report back to the community to say, hey, we're not on track, or, you know, we're experiencing very high growth and we need to decrease it even more quickly. But those could be indicators that you would track.
Okay, thanks. And Chair, is now time for comments? Should I respond or? Okay, so appreciate that. I guess my thought is we should have targets for both, and I understand the value in both. And so not just tracking both, but targets on both. And for the total amount, it's not our goal is to hit that total amount. It's to always go under, but we have to be realistic. And I think, you know, the context for me in reviewing this is never success or fail as the final evaluation. It's understanding where we need to adjust and where we need to fund more and focus more. And so I think for those reasons and the context we face, it's important to have those total targets as well as the per capita.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott and Councillor French.
Thanks for the report. One of the things it doesn't contemplate is whether we need to just rethink our system entirely. Sort of goes with, you know, with some actions on how to improve the current system, but in other communities, you've got to separate everything into like 5 different bins at your house, and then it gets picked up. In this case, we've got one bin that mixes everything together. We have quite high contamination rates, which results in potentially things going to landfill, even though that wasn't your intent when you put in your blue bin. So did the stakeholder committee or staff look at just rethinking a simpler system to help us get to zero waste?
Great, thank you. Through the chair. Thank you. That's a great question. It's important to look at the system from kind of bird's eye as well. So we, the District of Squamish in 2023, so next year, we do have budget. We will be conducting an analysis on the entire system through the lens of equity, accessibility, and wildlife. So that wasn't integrated into this because it's in our budget and we're working on it. But that being said, we should build the outcomes into the actions. So I can't think of off the top of my head, but maybe in all materials, like incorporating suggestions from that action, that analysis next year.
And then the other thing that bothered me is that while we've asked Encore for another location, there's some hesitancy to create that for us. And I'm just trying to understand from a council perspective, where we have an advocacy role, what is limiting us from having a second bottle depot?
Sorry, I hesitate because I'm not sure with legal stuff. Sorry. I know the answer, but I'm not sure. Okay, Sue can talk to it.
Different extended producer responsibility programs have different ways of providing services in communities. They sign contracts with organizations generally to provide the collection services. For Encore, I don't know if it's all their contracts, but many of their contracts have a kind of a franchise model where they guarantee their collector that there won't be any neighboring depots that will also get an agreement with Encore. So that's where you're right. There's a strong advocacy role that is possible to both talk to Encore directly as well as to the province, because the province regulates those programs in terms of saying what is possible in your community. And the province right now, because so many communities are experiencing challenges with getting depots and accessibility for them, that the province is doing a study right now to determine what should be the standard for accessibility. That contract should just be starting up now. So there might be some options for local governments to participate in whatever the engagement is around that project, but those might be good examples to raise as that project goes through so that they can change or make sure that the standard meets the needs of communities like Squamish.
But couldn't, yeah, so I get that we have one franchisee and they've promised that person that there won't be another franchisee in town, but couldn't they also work into the contract with that franchisee? You have to open another location in the District of Squamish, whether it's a CCAN or an actual staffed location. So that's something that we could advocate for.
Yes, thank you through the chair. This is, so staff have had conversations with Encore exactly about this and asking for more service, be it the CCAN model or another location. And so I think the next step would be to talk to the site owner and engage directly with them. And it's a little bit of a bigger conversation about where is it located and whose land is it on and things like that. So, but there are options on the table. So that is the next step on, especially with the beverage container program. And to go off of what Sue has said also is that these programs, extended producer responsibility, so be it beverage containers, be it light bulbs or alarms, smoke alarms, they all come up, they're regulated by program plans that come up every 5 years for consultation. And there has been a slew of them have come up this year. And so staff has been submitting letters advocating for accessibility for our residents every single program plan, and Encore was one of them that came up in 2022. So we submitted a letter saying, hey, we need more accessible locations in our community. So we are advocating as well to the province on an ongoing basis.
The other question I think follows up on Councillor Stoner's is that multifamily used to have every house had a bin. And so if GFL was servicing them, they were picking up at every townhome. But now with multifamily, we're requiring one well-constructed and well thought out waste room or facility on the site. And so if it gives us more control, wouldn't it be time to look at including multifamily back into our GFL contract so that we could manage this better and use the carrots and the sticks through the district rather than trying to make these multifamily facilities do the right thing, even though we don't really have clear insight into their waste.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, I'll start, and then perhaps, I'm not sure if Francis or Gary might want to pick up that because it goes into a bigger conversation than where I am. So we did withdraw curbside collection from multifamily homes, not because it provided better source separation, unless we lost a bit of control, but because of the wildlife. So if you look at the townhome complexes that are very close to our wildlife corridors, on collection day, you have just a row of totes out there that was a smorgasbord for the bears. And so it was done through the wildlife perspective to start removing curbside collection from multifamily home complexes, so townhome and duplex complexes. But we've tried to couple that and complement it with our technical waste diversion guidelines for waste rooms. So we're saying, okay, now you have to have centralized, but it has to be big enough for recycling and different materials. And you have to have signage, and you have to send out material to your strata and tenants. And so we're trying to, even though we don't control it, we are trying to kind of hit it from all the other angles. And then I don't know if anyone else wants to talk about actually providing service.
But can we still audit?
Yes, we built that into the solid waste utility bylaw update. So we can provide audits, sorry, through the chair. We can provide audits. We do have to work with the strata to get onto the property. And we also have a clear bag component of our solid waste utility bylaw, which we have not to date enforced. But the idea is that we would move multifamily homes onto clear bags so then our auditors could visually see what's in the garbage, like the bigger bins, and start to either fine or provide feedback to that multifamily home.
My only other comment on this plan is that there are many items here that have A for advocacy, and some I can see that staff are already doing advocacy, but I think if you added one thing to this report, it would be the political advocacy, because staff are more aware of the timing of when different things are happening. And every spring we have the opportunity to take forward motions to Lower Mainland LGA or to UBCM. But if they're not front of mind, it's really easy to forget year to year. And so I think including a table here in terms of the timing of some of this advocacy, and also because we're a community working towards a circular economy, where we need to be trying to influence policy at the highest level, I think would be really valuable in this report, so that it's a place for council to go back to on an ongoing basis, and then making sure council's really aware on an annual basis what you've prioritized from these 200 items, and how you would do a progress report on that. Because it's easy to sort of get lost in all the detail. But I think those two things would help council from an oversight perspective know what they should be advocating for, and then also monitoring your progress year to year. But thanks for the report.
Councillor French, and then I think we'll try to wrap it up.
Okay. There are a few mentions of School District 48 and reaching children, educating children, which is great. That's the bulk of our young learners. So I'm interested to hear any thoughts you have on other educational institutions like School District 93, Coast Academy, the Montessori schools, the preschools. Is there a strategy for reaching those other educational groups?
Great, thanks. Through the chair. Yes, getting to our youth is a key component and a great way to see impact at the homes. To date, we support the SLRDs. We financially support the SLRD's school program. They have a zero waste contract, zero waste education contract. And we have been advocating heavily to get more visits into Squamish schools. And we have seen an increase over the past 5 years. Now they are actually going to all Squamish elementary schools, which is fantastic. It wasn't that case 5 years ago. So to date, we've really been focusing on schools in the public school SD 48 jurisdiction. But that being said, there's definitely place for supporting kind of some of the other smaller organizations. So it's definitely something we can explore and add in. We do have an action to also create kind of a preschool daycare package because of the boom in smaller in childcare in the community. Childcare needs, I guess I should say. And so looking to support them in having waste diversion and making it easy for them, because folks who are doing that kind of childcare are already very busy. So how can we support them? So there actually has been some work with the RMOW, us and the SLRD on that already as well.
Great, thanks. And Chair, I have a couple quick comments. So thought that publication of the What Goes Where guide for curbside collection being translated into Punjabi is brilliant. Long overdue. And just an observation too, that Tourism Squamish is mentioned a few times, and I wonder if maybe there's greater opportunity to work closer with Tourism Squamish to reach more of our visitors through their channels. And the ideas around textile recycling, a textile pilot program, there are definitely a number of people in Squamish who are very keen to see something happen on the textile front. So I know there are people out there who are anxious to get that going. Thanks.
Thank you. So Council, we have a resolution or recommendation before us to endorse the Zero Waste Action Plan 2022 to 2027. and support the targets and priority areas as presented by the Sustainability Department to the Committee of the Whole on October 11th, 2022. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Further discussion? Councillor Pettengill? Councillor Anderson?
Based on the discussion, I'd like to test moving an amendment to also include total waste targets.
What would the amendment say?
I was hoping that would be far enough. I don't have a specific target to suggest, but for me, that was a piece that I would hope to see in a final plan, some sort of total targets and not just per capita targets.
So that was discussed at the meeting, and staff made a note of that, I believe. Is that sufficient, or do you want to be more prescriptive?
Well, I guess if staff is going to take that feedback and work with it, that's sufficient. Just from the resolution, it sort of sounded like we were going to move ahead without total targets.
Do you have a comment on that?
Sorry, I think staff were able to present that information, but I don't believe they were going to go away and create targets. I think they suggested quite the contrary, that they wouldn't recommend doing that. They can present that as this is what we achieved, but I think the recommendation is that we don't do that.
My motion was to move as it was presented in the agenda and to not include total waste targets at this time because of what staff had said, that they are able to report out on them, but they would rather not include them as specific targets. So happy to have them included in annual reports as this work moves forward. But I think where we're at with our zero waste action strategy right now, it makes sense to me to hold with just the per capita targets, at least for the next little while, and focus on that. If staff, I heard from them that they can report on the annual total waste as well. So I don't think that that needs to be included specifically as targets. So that's why I moved the recommendation as it's presented in the agenda.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, so I was actually wanting to see targets, not just reporting. So I may not get a seconder, but I'll try my amendment.
Just say your amendment.
It is to ask staff to add total targets in addition to the per capita targets. Yes.
Is there a seconder? Seeing none, it's not on the floor. So we are dealing with the original motion. Any further comment? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. It's very useful to have such a comprehensive report, and alongside the updates we are getting regularly on the CCAP. This is very interesting reading, and I'm sure that future councils will appreciate this format. 3 observations. I'll try to be brief on issues that I see as perennial. The construction and demolition waste. I had an interview with a local development company, a prominent one, been here a while, who made some observations regarding the demolition bylaw. He said that the receiving of signals of community or market interest is underdeveloped. I just don't know what interest out there, what capacities there are to help salvage this material. And this company was involved in significant demolition projects recently where there only was limited salvage. The other observations the gentleman made, those signals need to be timely, that fit with the demolition and site development schedules of the developer. And finally, the recommendation, regulation. Keep it simple, make it simple, rather than complicated and always evolving incentive credit systems. Regulation was the recommendation from that particular developer. On another topic, under food and organics, F04.
Let me just, excuse me, let me interrupt. We have a motion on the floor. Are you speaking to the motion, for or against?
Excuse me, Chair. Yes, I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. I'll try to be brief. Under food and organics, encourage reduction in yard trimmings. I don't understand this comment. It seems to me from a community wildfire protection plan lens, we have a huge backlog in several neighborhoods of tree trimming work. And it's an issue that comes forward in the late fall and early spring every year when the yard waste collection is reduced. Finally, under all materials, AM3, evaluate a landfill surcharge to fund additional waste reduction programming. I think we have to keep in mind another recommendation, AM7, develop a system to monitor the material that is being illegally dumped. So the landfill surcharge concept always has to be put, it's a balancing act between that and fostering illegal dumping. Thank you.
Councilor Pattengill?
Yeah, just speaking in favor of the resolution. I, do regret that my amendment didn't get support, but I think there's still a ton of really important ideas and work in this plan, and so it is definitely still worth supporting.
Councilor Herford?
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of this plan. Very well thought out report, and identifies an incredible number of actions, and it gives me hope that we can make significant progress in this area by implementing this plan. And I guess the one thing that did jump out at me that I think is worth mentioning is the overall organics composition, and I think there's a lot of room there, even within our current system, and to really affect that, and hopefully we can get there. That's a big piece for me from the GHG perspective. So anyways, thank you very much for the report, and I'll be supporting.
Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Councilor French?
Just want to point out that you indicated I was seconding the motion. I didn't have my hand up. I believe you meant Councillor Anderson seconding.
Beg your pardon. Thank you for correcting me. So our next item is item 4, sub 4, Akatsam Howe Sound Biosphere Region, and I don't know how to pronounce the next word, Nushamut Unity Plan Discussion Paper. And Ms. McJanet, are you able to go right now? Are you set up? Yes, carry on.
Thank you so much. Hello to Council. I just want to double check with IT that my presentation is. Thank you, Harley. Great. Thank you so much. So today's staff are connecting with you prior to the end of term to solicit input on the Akatsam Howe Sound Biosphere Unity Plan, currently under development, and to seek endorsement of the district's Memorandum of Understanding with the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative Society. I believe the Indigenous name for the Unity Plan is, and I'm still practicing and learning this, is Nuchukmuk. And Ruth Simons, who I believe is on the line, who has joined us virtually today to support the discussion as needed. She will definitely help support on the pronunciation. Thank you, Ruth, if you're there. So as a reminder for the community, on September 15th, 2021, Akatsam Howe Sound was designated Canada's 19th Biosphere Reserve and BC's 3rd Biosphere. And UNESCO Biosphere regions are areas of global ecological significance that are committed to sustainability and implementing best practices in the conservation of biodiversity and sustainable development. And so we are now part of a global network of biospheres that include 701 sites in 124 countries around the world. While each biosphere region is unique and they have their own governance structure and management structure, all biosphere regions have 3 main functions that contribute towards and demonstrate conservation and protection of biodiversity, sustainable development, and then they also offer logistics support for education, research and monitoring, and information exchange. And there's also a commitment to reconciliation and climate action embedded within the biosphere. On July 26th, Council received an update from Ruth Simons with the Biosphere Region Initiative Society and passed the 3 motions that are on the slide. That staff return with a report on ways to engage and support the initiative, both financially and in kind, which we'll speak to today, and to provide support for the Howe Sound Community Forum Principles of Cooperation, which we did on August 16th. And also to budget for hosting a 2025 Howe Sound Community Forum, which is being included in the district's budget and financial plan. So a further request made back in April at the Howe Sound Community Forum to member local governments was to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative Society. And so these MOUs are specific to each community and outline the role of the society, the common objectives for the long-term support of the biosphere to ensure the UNESCO designation is sustained, and then speak to the specific ways that communities can support through various options, both financial and in-kind support. So staff have reviewed the MOU. We've offered some minor recommended edits that were tracked in the attachment for council today, including explicit reference to the core work that's involved in coordinating land and marine use planning, collaboration and capacity building. So today we are looking forward to any further input that council may have on the draft MOU in order to finalize the MOU for endorsement. And beyond the commitments on paper, I just wanted to highlight that the district has really shown incredible support and participation in this nomination and in the Howe Sound Community Forum since the start. So many of elected members of council and staff have been attending over many years. We've hosted several forums, the last in 2019, and we have held a designated staff liaison to the forum, to the biosphere as well, and have sat with a member of council on the Ocean Watch Task Force over the years. We also chaired the steering committee for the development of the Marine Reference Guide during its 3-year development and contributed financially as well. So lots of participation, which has been amazing and is recommended to continue to really support the forums, the subcommittees, and the roundtables going forward. Staff have noted that it will be really important for the district in going forward, that any new and emerging resource requests that are coming from participation with the biosphere need to be identified as early as possible in our annual municipal budget process and integrated with our financial and work plans. And that many of these projects that are anticipated to come forward may be multi-year projects. They involve a lot of intergovernmental involvement and participation. So they really need to have good detailed scoping and consideration in light of all of our other many priorities and needs within the community. It was beyond the scope of this memo today and the current capacity of staff to really deep dive on specific funding mechanisms that are suggested, such as exploring an innovative fee or a levy to contribute financially and grow support for the biosphere. So we note that is a really important work to be prioritized going forward, and so that we're working as part of a collective to show leadership and tackle that, but and not doing that in isolation. So the Unity Plan, the Nunchukmuk plan, the discussion paper was presented and attached for council to have a peek at. Staff have done a very preliminary review and also highlighted some comments just around the vision statement that's been articulated, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We make a comment around the importance of a focus on governance and also the different strategies for biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. Just have a couple quick slides to go, and then I'll turn it back to council for input. So with the vision statement that's being crafted for Howe Sound Akatsum, we recommend adding a focus on connectedness and building resilience in the face of climate change and the importance of adaptation, and a stronger statement to integrate reconciliation with First Nations, and the commitment around UNDRIP is felt to would help to foster and strengthen the vision around a just and fair society. With respect to the sustainable development, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, those are seen as providing a really important framework for work ahead with the bioregion. And staff's initial feedback is that these are very much akin to municipalities developing regional context statements in compliance with their regional growth strategy, and that through the Unity Plan and the partnership work that's ahead, it could be very valuable for communities across the Sound to highlight areas within which they are working and their progress on specific sustainable development goals for collective reporting. So that was going to be one of the key suggestions to be brought forward. And really the focus around the ability to create and share, or developing a mechanism to share metrics and engage across the region around these sustainable development goals would help to provide that important picture and identify where the gaps are, and where communities are actively working, maybe where they're not, but could be. So that would be a key piece of feedback to bring forward. And then finally, staff wanted to underscore how critical it is to tease out the governance model in terms of how we will move forward together and work together within the biosphere. We've presented the preliminary graphic that has been developed, but was not part of the discussion paper, but exists. And this shows the society and the board at the center, supported by an advisory roundtable that's comprised of Squamish Nation and First Nations governments, non-governmental groups, representatives from various sectors and civil society, and subcommittees focusing on reconciliation, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development. So on this, staff note that we do need to see a lot of clarity and detail as to how these groups are specifically coming together within the roundtables and the working groups. Inclusive representation is needed. And also how are we supporting groups coming to the table in an inclusive way? And so we wanted to present that as another focus. So that concludes the preliminary, very preliminary staff comment on the MOU and the Unity Plan development. As I mentioned, it's still in early stages. And with council's input today, we'd like to finalize the MOU for endorsement, and then also bring your inputs and staff's inputs to the next Biosphere session, which is organized for Saturday, November 5th. Thank you so much. I look forward to your comments and questions and input.
Thank you, Ms. McJanet. Mayor Elliott.
Ms. McJanet, I saw your edits to the MOU, which I don't have any problems with, but I also thought I saw edits to the Principles of Cooperation, which is a standard document, I thought, across all participating members. So I was curious about that, because I thought that one had to stay the same.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that question and clarification. The Appendix A Principles of Cooperation, all of those tracked edits actually came already and were from the last Howe Sound Community Forum. And so those were all track changes that council already, or that the communities around the Sound endorsed, and that the District of Squamish endorsed in the letter that was provided. So those edits were not done by staff. Those were from the collective. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. I think you said in your report that the best way to get at sort of the ongoing funding discussion was to strike a committee of Howe Sound Forum members. Is that something that you could see that Squamish would initiate, or that we would initiate through a Howe Sound Forum meeting?
Through to council, the suggestion around sort of elevating the importance and striking or having conversation around funding mechanisms. That would be input that we would bring back to the Biosphere Region Initiative Society for hopefully for implementing either at a House Sound Community Forum table or as part of a subcommittee or working group as part of the overall roundtable within the biosphere governance setup. So either way, I think we would just bring that feedback on November 5th, and then we would see where that lands across the other communities and what the best avenue for that would be. But we would definitely be showing some leadership in that respect.
And so is it your mind that you would put some additional work into developing some possibilities from our perspective as a next step? Or I just wasn't clear on whether you're going to do some more work with the next council on how we might be able to fund this, or whether you'll wait for more direction from council or the House Sound or the Biosphere region.
The proposal was not for staff to do more work at this time. It would be to bring that input back to the biosphere, and then basically understand how the biosphere might like to go forward to action that work. Certainly in conversation amongst other staff, in different communities, some of that work has already begun, and there's some different ideas out there. So I think the best next step would be to share ideas together, and then bring some things back and bring it to council for resourcing.
Just one more question, Chair, and I think this is for finance, but I think we had some sort of environmental reserve that received money from, I think, Hydro or CN, or it was about $40,000 a year. Councilor Rice, I know we talked about it more in our first term, but there was some sort of ongoing payment that ended up in an environmental reserve. Do you remember?
There was monies that was coming in from an IPP, I think. And may still, it was kind of an ongoing community amenity contribution. I think 1 year we applied it to Sorka Trail Building or something like that. And I frankly can't remember hearing about it since.
Yeah, so I guess my question to staff is, are we still getting that money? And could we look at that as a potential way to apply it to ongoing funding for a House Sound Biosphere Region initiative?
Through the chair, we do have an environmental reserve. In terms of whether still receiving that money and it's being added to that reserve is something that we would have to look at. And then it would be looking at the bylaws for the reserve to ensure that that was an eligible funding or eligible to be funded from that reserve.
Through you, Chair, if I could just add, because I've been dealing with the community amenity contributions, and I know that we do get approximately that amount every year, but it goes into essentially our CAC bucket. And I believe looks like the original earmark was for outdoor recreation or related uses.
So I guess my comment is that maybe we could look at that source of funding and whether it does have to be put towards recreation, or whether we could shift that and make it more about conservation. But thank you for a bit of background. I didn't want to make something up, but I was digging deep into the vault for that one. And I just didn't want to leave any stone unturned about how we might figure out what our contribution is, because I think we stand to benefit a great deal from the collaboration that will happen through the House Sound Biosphere region on some policy work that we definitely need to develop, but is well beyond the scope of just one municipality's efforts. And so that convening and collaborative power of the House Sound Biosphere region is important. And I think we should be figuring out ways to make sure that that organization is well sustained. But thank you for your initial thoughts. I don't have any comments on your contributions to the Unity Plan. I think those are really good recommendations. I like the edits to the MOU. So thank you. And thank you, Ms. Simons, for being online.
Thank you. Councilor Pettengill?
Yeah, thanks. Just appreciate the conversation around the funding. It sounds like And I agree with, putting the effort into figuring out some more creative ways to fund this over the long term. But in the shorter term, is the initiative in an okay place? I understand they are significantly dependent on some volunteer resources, and maybe I got confused, but I was thinking in the shorter term, there might be a commitment to some degree from this budget from us. So, and I'm not sure if this is to you, Ms. McJanet or Ms. Simons, in the shorter term, are we okay? Like, do we need some bridge funding while we do this sort of more creative funding work?
Thank you for the question. Through to the chair, I will let Bruce speak to the bigger picture for funding, but with respect to the municipal contributions, we have continued to fund project-specific work over the last 3 years. So the development of the Marine Reference Guide, and then the hosting of the Howe Sound Community Forum, which comes up every couple of years. That has been the major contribution towards the secretariat function in the Howe Sound Community Forum. So instead of each community, putting out funding every single year, it's just more of that commitment to host the forum when it's your turn. And so going forward, my understanding was to continue to be the recommended practice for local communities, and then be above that. The biosphere is looking for additional longer term funding mechanisms. So Ruth, I'm not sure if you're on the line and you'd like to speak to that. Hopefully you've been promoted to a presenter.
Hello, Council. Thank you for the question, and I'm assuming you can hear me okay? I'm in the car, unfortunately.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. To the Chair, I appreciate the question about funding. At this time, our organization is still primarily volunteer based, so funding is an ongoing challenge for us. We have not made any specific asks beyond what we've done in terms of asking for ongoing support and funding for the forums. We have not asked beyond that to all of the communities, and that's why the appendix that's attached to the MOU provides some options, which we will be coming back to councils when we see those projects and programs that are very specifically identified. So I guess in short, the answer to bridge funding in the meantime would be fantastic, but we have no specific ask at this time. One last thing I could say is that we did receive funding from the federal government, specifically focused on biodiversity conservation projects and other effective conservation measures. Those projects that we'll be undertaking, one of them being the Wildlife Connectivity Project in partnership with the Squamish Environment Society. Those projects, again, we'd be looking for some kind of match funding, either in kind or through other cash contributions. So we'll be hearing more from us on that specific project going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Beckman, are you finished?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I just had a comment then, and I'll sort of chew on that response. But the only, I believe, provide feedback on the Unity plan. I went to one of the engagement sessions. The one thing I just want to highlight, in general, I appreciate using the sustainable development goals, but at some point during COVID, I was at an online conference around the sustainable development goals with the people who are helping to improve them and refine them. And there is a recognition that there's a bit of a contradiction between growth and development and sustainability. And so I think just as we're using those, the SDG, the 17 SDGs, to keep in mind that there is that contradiction, and so just be aware of that as we're deciding how we move forward. I just think that's worth highlighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Thank you. We've discussed potential mechanisms or options for the District of Squamish to offer funding support. I'll quote from the report to Council: a consistent funding mechanism would ideally be applied across the region and administered through local jurisdictions. This could be initial work undertaken by a subcommittee. My question, Ms. McJanet, is if a subcommittee were to be struck, would you expect that they would present options for funding funding mechanism options?
Through the chair, yes, I anticipate there would be a bunch of options that would be explored and then evaluated and discussed amongst all of the participating communities.
Thank you. I think that'd be the obvious way to go, if you like. May I make another general comment? I like the reference to the Sustainable Development Goals and our linkages to them being akin to developing regional context statements for member municipalities. I wonder whether these Sustainable Development Goals are slightly different, whether they're higher in the air, I'm not sure, but it strikes me in thinking of the last Howe Sound Community Forum meeting, we had one member municipality that had a distinctly different point of view on a smart growth planning topic. And I think that this might be healthy, and that each municipality, and including among our First Nations in the region, may have different points of view regarding interpreting UN Sustainable Development Goals and in prioritizing them. And I'll refer also to the recent forest industry report done under the auspices by Capilano University under the auspices of the Howe Sound Biosphere region. And it uses very nicely the Sustainable Development Goals as a framework. I thought this is very useful. But it's clear that when we come down to looking at employment, land management, operations, the product benefits from this industry sector, there's lots of room for interpretation and differing priorities in relating to those goals. And we might expect this, and that the discussion around the table at our forum as it's evolving might be healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick comments about the parties. I noticed that when I was going through the draft of the MOU, Whistler is not mentioned. They have attended. They are actually at the height of land in this area. Alta Lake flows in both directions. And I don't know if that was just an oversight. Brackendale is mentioned, but somehow it's not separate from Squamish. I think that's an old historic thing. And it doesn't mention the Islands Trust. And so we might consider just that. That's in paragraph 1A. But the issue that did catch my attention most was governance. And lawyers get hung up on governance. But I'm still not clear about how we're all coming together, to be frank. And so the Biosphere Reserve Society is a separate society incorporated as a society. Societies have a board of directors, and they typically have members who elect the board of directors. And the boards of directors, just like in a company, they set the policy and hire people, et cetera. So what is the function of the Biosphere Society in the greater Howe Sound community? Because there are approximately, I think there's 10 local governments or parts of local governments, Metro, Sunshine Coast, Regional District, et cetera, when you count them all up, plus 2 or 3 First Nations that have traditional territories that have piece of it. And so how are we using the society? So is the society sort of a facilitator and will run separately and have its own board and membership that is exclusive of the local governments? Or are the local governments ever intended to participate in the society itself as having representatives on the board or something like that? Which I know, given the number involved, could become quite cumbersome. But maybe it's just some one year and some the next year or something like that. Or when you talk about an MOU, typically they're not binding. They're just memos of understanding. Do we want to try to nail down the local governments with more of a partnering agreement, a contract, and say this is really what we want to do as a local government, and we agree to certain principles, and if we're going to amend the principles, then we'll amend them together, or if we're going to change direction, we'll change it together. And then it leads to the funding decisions. And we might try to take this opportunity to clarify how we have actually shared the funding in the past, which has been based on population. And that was project specific, of course. But there was one piece of uncertainty, and that was Metro Area A, which includes the university endowment lands apparently, but for some reason was just counted for the number of people they have sort of in the back parts of the North Shore and I think Passage Island or something, just a few hundred people. So just to clarify that, so there's no uncertainty going forward. And then as you try to see where this is going in the future, because we talked about this on the Ocean Watch Task Force, that, you know, ideally we'll get into this corporate structure, the task force will, and that would allow for funding and so forth, and that's great. But do we want to, but we're going to need staff support. We might already have a little bit, or the society might already have a little bit. And so that implies ongoing funding obligations for kind of a base level of administration, et cetera. And yes, there's grants and so forth for some of the larger things that are kind of project specific. But I don't know if this has all been kind of considered. And if you're going to have budgets, there's budget approval. And what is the process for that? How does everybody get their say in what they're being assessed kind of thing? Is there some vehicle for that? So that was kind of the governance issue that jumped out at me. And just to clarify that, I'm not sure if I'm the only one that doesn't quite know how this all fits together. I mean, I certainly think there's a need for this, you know, and we need this kind of association or relationship between all the Howe Sound communities, and there's huge advantages to that. There's no debate about that, I don't think. And the nations as well. You know, where do they fit into this governance structure? Where do they get their say at their table? How is that kind of formalized? So I think that's maybe probably a question to start off with the Biosphere Society board, and I don't know if they have considered that. I don't even know who's actually on the board or who the membership might be, whether it's closely held or broadly held, and maybe kind of say, okay, this is how we see our role in this, and this is how we think it might work. You know, I mean, as a representative of one of the local governments, I can see it going either way, and it's kind of, I'm sort of in the position of whatever works, whatever might work for everybody, but I'm just not sure where everybody else is in that point.
Thank you so much, Councillor Race, for those questions and comments and seeking clarity. Definitely the comment made by staff in the report is that more clarity is needed to outline all those different roles and how they fit together. A couple points for initial clarity. The society is distinct. There is no overlap or representation with local government members on the board. They've had a board for a little while. And within the MOU, as outlined, the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative Society, the role that they're playing within the biosphere is sort of a convener and manager for the biosphere region, you know, helping to bring all the communities together across the Sound to advance the different functions that the biosphere plays. So the functions around logistical support, providing advancing the different goals and objectives around biodiversity and sustainable development. So like projects, initiatives, things like that. The MOU that we've set up does not come attached to any kind of commitment around specific funding. And to your point, the point made just around a future kind of partner agreement, I don't think we're there yet. We can definitely, staff can bring that input back to the Biosphere Society and the roundtable. based on the graphic that I showed that we presented, I thought that would be helpful for council to see, just sort of those circular concentric rings. So there's the society at in the middle, and then there's an advisory, a biosphere advisory around the that highlights the different governmental, non-governmental entities that are helping to provide that advisory. And then they're supported by an actual board of the registered nonprofit society. So Ruth, if you're still on the line, if you have any other kind of helpful clarifications for council at this time, that would be wonderful.
Yes, yes, thank you, Chair. This requires a much longer conversation, of course, but I think that Ms. Janet has really explained it very well. The discussion paper does go into describing the governance. Our nomination document did describe the governance structure. So to keep it simple, again, the biosphere unity plan, the management plan, is a non-binding document. It doesn't hold the authorities legally or bind them in any way. The nonprofits are nonprofit society, which currently has a board of 6. We have a co-chair, Joyce Williams, council member Joyce Williams of the Squamish Nation, former elected official, and 4 other members from around the Sound. We were incorporated in 2017. And our role is to, as explained, to facilitate the conversations towards a plan that then guides the biosphere towards its objectives over the next 10 years, towards our periodic review. In terms of having local governments represented on our board of the nonprofit society, we welcome that conversation. We're getting mixed messages as to what is possible or not, but again, it is still early stages, even though we've been going for 5 or 6 years. We welcome ongoing conversations around the governance structure, but for now, the intention is that our nonprofit society convenes these. We're responsible for putting the documents together, for reporting out, and we welcome everyone for further conversation on this on November 5th. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. And I think you probably just answered, I guess, the key question, or Ms. McJanet did, that the role then of the society will be sort of a facilitator role. And then I guess the question is how the rest of us come together through these MOUs, which sounds to me like and it's not necessarily a negative, but it's sort of an ongoing consensus to participate, that anybody could opt out of at any time. So we want to get the things that we've always talked about is the sharing of information and so forth. And the thing was mentioned that, to have sort of a directory of things we are working on is actually, to me, looks like an excellent tool, because you don't know what another municipality is doing until the whole thing pops off their desk and comes out into the public domain. And there can be a lot of assistance in the meantime. Thank you. Anybody else, Council? Any other comments? So this is just a memo, not just a memo. It is a memo. And so the only motion necessary would be to move receipt. Councillor Herford, second Councillor French. Any further comment? Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Yes, Ms. McGann.
Through to the chair, one thing that would be super helpful for staff, and my sincere apologies because I could have framed it as a more distinct motion of council. If council is comfortable and is supportive of the memorandum of understanding as it's been edited and drafted, it would be super helpful to have a motion of council simply stating that District of Squamish Council supports the memorandum of understanding or endorses the MOU as presented on today's date.
Councillor Stoner, are you making that motion? You're seconding? Any comment? Seeing none, call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we are a little bit behind. So I am going to have a recess now, and then we will go on to the next item, which is heritage management. So we'll recess for 15 minutes. We will come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. We are now on to item 4, sub 5, heritage management strategy engagement study. Ms. Abraham, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Abraham. I'm a planner, and this is Denise Cook, Heritage Planner, and we're the consultants working on the project here today to present the Heritage Management Strategy, What We Heard engagement summary. A quick overview of what we'll go over today is just the heritage management strategy itself, so the project phases and timeline, as well as the methodology and approach we're taking to the project, followed by the engagement plan. So we just completed a community engagement phase, what the objectives and key messages of the engagement plan were, as well as the methods, followed by the what we heard summary, and we'll wrap it up with next steps. So the heritage management strategy. So the purpose of the project is to develop a comprehensive plan for Squamish to manage its heritage resources, including best practice policies, actions, and tools for heritage management that are informed and guided by community values. Our key objectives for this project are to identify and manage places and values that have shaped Squamish, to develop a policy framework for heritage protection, to apply legislative tools as appropriate, and integrate heritage values into community planning and day-to-day staff tasks. So the strategy takes a values-based approach, which is the current approach to heritage conservation in BC. The foundation of this practice is to conserve historic places based on the associated values of the community. So there are no restrictions pertaining to age or material characteristics. It must simply be valued by the community to be important. So this slide shows different examples of tangible or intangible assets, and we consider this work a collective responsibility to identify and pass on heritage values to future generations. So let's review where we are at in the project. So we are just wrapping up phase 1, identifying heritage values. So since June, we have been working on the first phase of the project, which focused on community engagement and input. So our next slides will highlight the engagement process a little bit more. The following phase of the project will focus on how community values can be integrated into a thematic framework, identify spaces for a heritage register, places, and establish policy recommendations for staff and council review. Notably, engagement with Squamish Nation does not end at the first phase of the project, so a formal referral has been submitted to Squamish Nation and is currently underway. We have also heard from local Squamish Nation members and cultural ambassadors who would like to contribute and provide input on this project, and this work will continue on an ongoing basis. The final phase, to be completed in 2023, will be to formalize a list of heritage places, implement a process for nominating and evaluating heritage places, and present the heritage management strategy to Council, which will include actionable steps and priorities for heritage management. So these next slides highlight the work completed to date, including the engagement plan, methods, and findings. So between July and September this year, the consultant team conducted a program of community engagement based on the International Association for Public Participation Planning Methodology. So the key objective was to listen and learn from the whole community and interested and affected parties on heritage themes, values, priorities, and vision, so input can be well documented and considered as the strategy develops. So the engagement plan included clear and consistent messaging about the project. So the first key message addresses the what and the why of the project. So we want to address the importance of heritage. The new heritage management strategy will be a benefit to the local community, addressing a policy gap in Squamish and the surrounding area. The second key message addressed the who. So the strategy will help the district and the community manage valuable heritage and cultural assets. It will contribute to a sense of belonging and identity. And it'll help advance truth and reconciliation, economic development, and environmental goals. Lastly, it was important that the public and interested parties have their say. So tell us what heritage values are important to you and your vision for heritage in Squamish. The feedback we collected will help guide and inform development of the strategy and the actions and priorities that will be incorporated. So we have a list of engagement methods here, and we aim to implement a variety of engagement methods and activities, including in-person and online tools. So the community survey was developed by the project team and hosted on the district's Let's Talk online engagement platform. We also printed paper surveys that were distributed in 5 centralized locations. The survey itself included 18 questions plus a map for collecting heritage places and stories. The survey was designed to capture the community's heritage values along with a broad range of heritage places, including ecosystems and landscapes, buildings and structures, and traditions, celebrations, and legends. As well, we collected ideas about heritage management in Squamish. Interviews made up a large portion of the engagement program and included 21 interested and affected parties. Full list of participants is found in the attachment 1 of the report. Interviews included 3 categories of questions and responses, so historical knowledge, vision, and heritage management tools. We also had a drop-in session that was held for seniors at the 55 Center, and it was an opportunity to raise awareness about engagement and about the project, and also provided an opportunity to fill out the paper surveys. The staff workshop included participants from planning, parks planning, engineering, public works, and real estate. The workshop introduced heritage conservation and provided an overview of the proposed strategy and allowed staff to identify challenges and opportunities in implementing a municipally led heritage program. Lastly, a public open house was held in person at the Adventure Center and was hosted as a drop-in session for the public to learn about heritage conservation and provide input on heritage resources. So Mapping Station allowed participants to identify heritage places. As well, we had brainstorming panels to provide responses to our research questions. So one key question throughout engagement that was asked of respondents was to identify a vision for heritage in Squamish. So on this slide, we highlight the feedback we received in terms of a vision. So establishing clear guiding principles and having a trusted entity lead this work, ensuring heritage is protected amidst community change and growth, establishing an archive system, so a central space and a single point of access, and incorporating all histories into heritage. So Squamish Nation, settler, multicultural groups, industrial, and others to ensure they are all celebrated. We heard about embracing ecological heritage and environmental stewardship, and about bringing awareness to what happened in the past so we can learn from in the future. We also had a number of other key findings. So in response to questions about heritage values, assets, and heritage management tools, we heard a number of consistent responses regarding the different ways the district and the community can raise public awareness and appreciation for the diversity of heritage. We heard the district can support heritage in part by building a municipal culture that values and cultivates heritage conservation throughout the local government and the wider community. We heard heritage should be embedded into community planning, including the OCP, neighborhood planning, and sub-area plans, among other development approvals. We heard that a strong thematic framework would represent community values and embraces all people, places, and time periods in Squamish's history, and that can assist in the effective identification of heritage values and places. We also heard it's important to the community to provide avenues for residents and visitors to learn about Squamish's heritage through an interpretive program, including signage, public art, totem poles, Squamish Nation art, wayfinding, and other means. We also heard that the community values the character of their neighborhoods. So this includes buildings, access to nature, trails, and parks, festivals, and events. We hear Squamish Nation history and stewardship is highly important to the community, as is the acquisition of knowledge about all eras and aspects of Squamish's history. Heritage management tools, such as identifying and designating heritage places and incorporating heritage conservation into planning policies, could be implemented to help protect heritage amidst community development, growth, and change. We also heard district staff are engaged and interested in a heritage program, one that includes Squamish Nation partnerships and reconciliation opportunities. So categorizing community values by themes is an important step in the heritage conservation process. So through the different engagement methods, we heard the following key themes. So we heard about living off the land, working the land, industry, history, town of wood fiber. We heard stories and histories about the transportation corridor. We heard about legends, multiculturalism, celebrating diversity in Squamish. We heard about trails and outdoor recreation, hazard mitigation and adaptation and how that's affected the development of Squamish. We heard about environmental evolution, as well as the evolution of tourism and arts and culture. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Denise to talk about next steps.
Thanks very much. I'll just briefly go through the next steps we'll be taking over the next number of months. So a first step will be establishing an advisory group that will help guide the process. And we have had some interest in some people wishing to participate in that. So that's really good. We'll take the engagement results and we'll integrate them into the development of the heritage management strategy in each of its three core parts. First, the historical context, themes, and vision. Second, identifying heritage places. And third, heritage management planning. We, as Jesse noted earlier, we will develop a clear understanding of Squamish's heritage through a thematic framework. Organizing Squamish's heritage into themes is an excellent fit for values-based conservation and heritage management because it supports a broad, layered, and inclusive perspective of heritage values and resources. We'll be doing some field work to document through photographs and notes aspects of Squamish's cultural landscapes and heritage resources, such as neighborhoods, streetscapes, views, natural features, built heritage, and others. And we'll develop a planning context that will summarize current policies throughout the district to enable the management strategy to be integrated with and respond to what the district is currently doing and any future policies that are planned, such as the recreation master plan and other policies. It's important to note that the public engagement will help guide the strategy through an integration with heritage best practices and the best outcomes and needs of the city. So using the engagement results and the thematic framework, we'll compile and analyze a list of significant heritage places and their values. This phase will also include the development of criteria, a process, and guidelines for creating and adding resources to the Community Heritage Register. The policy phase and accompanying strategies will be developed, synthesized from heritage best practices, issues identified by the public, and the needs of the city and staff. As examples, these could be related to the appointment of a heritage commission, as heritage is part of the district's planning, development, and sustainability goals, management of the heritage register, ensuring that the district has the best methodologies at its fingertips, or ensuring that everyone's heritage is safeguarded. Throughout, we'll draw on the knowledge and expertise of the advisory group and district staff to complete the heritage strategy. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, any comments or questions? Councillor Anderson.
I noted the under key findings vision, the phrasing in the sentence, the heritage program will embrace ecological heritage and environmental stewardship. And I think this is very welcome. One thing I'm curious about, though, is whether there might be more clarity to delivered as to the intent by referring to geology and natural history. And what I mean by that is that when we refer to environmental stewardship, heritage provides tools for this, but it doesn't constitute the action plan for an environmental restoration project. For the public reading the sentence, I would wonder whether it would be a little bit more clear to refer to natural history information and legacies, or some such wording. My main point is that that heritage information and those natural legacies, they support environmental restoration, but the heritage program does not constitute or take in the environmental restoration activity. I'm fussing a little bit, but I'm also influenced by the Resort Municipality of Whistler Cultural Programs Director, who has a substantial experience and, of course, right now is working on the geopark concept. And his language and guided by experience is quite interestingly precise in this area of the way he has brought geology and natural history into the concept of heritage, and it might be something to refer to. If I may, another more a comment I wanted to emphasize is that in the reference to current policies, and specifically the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategy, your report refers to, among the tactics, 1.5 and 6.2. Now, the tactics 6.1234 are part of a section of that strategy document concerning spaces. My suggestion is that not only 6.2 might be cited, as it explicitly refers to, quote, archival services, but that 6.3 and 6.4 might also be kept in mind as they refer to facilities development, including archives, and setting targets for spaces development in the longer term, including archives. And I mention this because alongside of your project, the Arts Council, supported by a consultant, is working on that 6.3, 6.4 area, and that we might keep in mind that an archive solution or scenario might arise in any number of conversations about future facilities, whether the district involved or not, so that we also keep in mind those two tactics that do relate to an archives facility. 6.3, facilities development, and 6.4, setting targets for the cultural spaces that the community desires or needs. Other than that, I just wish to comment on the fact that among the survey respondents that you've experienced a very healthy balance of new residents alongside the old timers, and it's very nice to see that let's see, 35% of your respondents to the survey are people that lived in the community really for only a few years. So that's very heartening to see that response and that interest from the balance of the community, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Answers. Mayor Elliott.
In looking at some of the people or places that people wanted to acknowledge in our heritage strategy, I'm just wondering what best practice is starting to look like now in telling the whole history. So whether it's settler impact or a chemical plant or wood fiber, these are important parts of our history, but they also had positives and certainly negatives. And so I'm just wondering, as this strategy develops, what best practice is looking like now to tell the whole story, not just one side of the story.
Thank you for that question. So what we heard from during our engagement findings was that many people want to hear more than one story or history. And so I think in terms of a values-based approach to this project, we're really trying to find, we've heard that the community values that. And so they want to see the whole picture. And in many cases, when we spoke or asked about a community archive, many spoke to including all histories. And what came up specifically in terms of like what has happened in the past is lessons we can learn from that. And I think it came out in the key findings I presented today, is how can we take what we learned or heard from histories in the past so that we can learn from them in the future. But in terms of best practice, I'll see if Denise has anything to add.
Thank you very much. And I think that you've really nailed that. That's exactly what best practices is now. It's basically heritage from time immemorial up to today. And it's aspects that are positive and aspects that are negative so that we are telling and understanding and celebrating the whole story of a community.
Thank you. And I guess my other question is, when this comes forward in 2023, will it present options for sort of what the community role is versus the district? And the reason I ask that is that we have an arts, culture, and heritage manager, but then we have partnership agreements with Squamish Arts and the Community Foundation to make certain things happen. So we don't take on the role, but we help set the table and facilitate the community doing that work. And so will there be options that come forward in 2023 about how to support this work ongoing without necessarily owning it all in-house?
Thank you. And I think that's a really important question as we go forward developing the strategy as well, is that we really have to balance what we heard from the community with the capacity and needs of district and staff as well. And we hope to develop policy recommendations that can find a good balance of that. And we also hope to mirror how the arts and culture and heritage strategy was presented in 2020 in terms of outlining which priorities and actions can be assigned to perhaps community groups and work together to kind of achieve those. So certainly something we'll consider going forward.
Thank you. It was a really interesting report and appreciate getting the summary so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. Just expanding on the idea of telling the whole story, and glad to hear that that is the sort of general direction. When I look at the places where engagement has happened so far and taking into consideration the idea that we will be referring to Squamish Nation at certain points, how do we make sure that we're properly resourcing or adequately resourcing the sort of much longer Squamish Nation history, or the Sikh history, in terms of making sure engagement is happening in places and in languages and in ways that people are comfortable with, and that it's not sort of like, we'd love to hear the Squamish Nation story, but Squamish Nation is up to you to resource and give us that info. Like, how are we making sure we're actually going to achieve getting the whole story, and not just the whole story, but only from a settler perspective?
Yes, thank you. And great question. And also, I think something worth noting is that with Squamish Nation history, not all of it is shared. Some of that information is kept with knowledge keepers, and they share with us what they please, really. And so what we want to establish going forward is kind of a protocol or a collaboration method where they participate in the strategy or contribute to the strategy, how they want to going forward. And so we're working with a few Squamish Nation members and trying to incorporate the narrative that they want to see in the District of Squamish Heritage Management Strategy. In terms of capacity, it'll have to be a question that we pose in terms of how to continue this long term. Did that answer your question?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that was the piece I wasn't clear about, is how are we resourcing that piece to make sure we get that outcome. So it sounds like, if I'm hearing correct, there's still some work to be done there to sort that out. I guess the other question, as I was reading through this, I saw a lot of overlap between the things we need to sort out for our commemorative naming policy. So I'm just curious about how we see that overlapping, or do we not see it overlapping? I'm just wondering if you can speak to the interaction between this and commemorative naming policy updates.
Yes, thank you. So our next phase includes much more research and background investigation. And part of that work will be a policy context, reviewing the policies that reference things such as commemorative naming or other type of heritage protection in other district policies. Because the intent of the heritage management strategy is to align with existing policies or make recommendations for how they could align. So that's definitely something we'll be looking at in the next phase.
Thank you. Council, any other comments or questions? Nope. Then seeing none, there is a recommendation. Council accept the Heritage Management Strategy Engagement Summary as presented in the October 11th, 2022 report for information. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. Any further comment? Councillor Stoner.
I'll just say thanks for the work so far. I'm so pleased to see that we got the grant so that we can move this work forward on a little bit more of an expedited timeframe. And thanks for the deep engagement and looking forward to seeing the summary work come back in early next year with the next council.
Councillor Anderson.
Just looking over Appendix E in the report before us, Heritage Themes, a summary, and I just have to admire the comprehensiveness of this list here, and that it reflects the experience that your team has brought to this project and your consultation with initiatives in other communities and with the outreach that you've done here locally. I think that we've come late, perhaps as a community in addressing this matter, but we're coming at it with a full toolbox in the team that you are and the outreach that you've been able to encourage thus far within the community.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, just the appreciate the work on this. The other thing that struck me as I was reading this is, and this is probably obvious to anyone who works in this space, but for me it was a bit of a, I don't know, an eye opener, that it probably speaks more to our current values and beliefs than historical ones, based on what we choose to tell, what stories we choose to tell and how we choose to tell them. And so, you know, I'm glad to see that at this point anyways, we are choosing to tell a more complete story and from all perspectives. And I think if we proceed along those lines, our heritage assets in the community will be, and our community as a whole will be much stronger. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Are the speakers here for the next item? Is it Fire Chief? We're just waiting for our next speakers. Hang in there, public. Thank you. So our next item is item 4 sub 6, Fire Rescue's 5-year plan. And Chief Stoner and Ms. Latimer, floor is yours.
Hello, as mentioned, I'm Bill Stoner. I'm here with my boss, Megan Lattimore. We're here to go over the Squamish Fire Rescue 5-year plan from 2022 to 2026. Our objective today is that council approve the following resolution, that the district of Squamish adopt our 5-year plan. So just, it's a long document. I'm sure we've all looked at it. Just want to try today to give a good overview, but keep it brief. So I'll hopefully kind of weight this right. Just quickly look at how we developed this. It was a collaborative process to start with. Career staff, we have a planning and growth committee, so it's made up of career staff, paid on-call members, and chiefs. We went to every group within the department to get some feedback about what we were doing right, what we could be doing better, and what was happening outside of the department that we had to plan for. That information was paired with information about industry best practice from the Fire Underwriter Survey, from NFPA, National Fire Prevention Association, and 5 years of firefighting data 2017 to 2021. All that taken together, we came up with 6 strategic issues that we would deal with through our 5-year plan. They're there, and we're just going to dive right into them one at a time. And so the first one that we look at is changing fire risk within the district. And this refers to when we first wrote our 5-year plan, or sorry, our original 5-year plan 5 years ago. In 2017, if you were to stand on the smoke bluffs and look over Squamish, you saw a handful of 4-story buildings. Everything else was 4-story, maybe 3-story residential. Obviously, if you stand on the smoke bluffs today, you see a very different Squamish. There's a lot more 4-story, 6-story buildings in our community today. That changes how we respond to fires to that area. So this first table shows how many people we should have on scene for a type of fire according to the NFPA. And so you see for a single family structure fire, we do a very good job. We get 15 people on scene 81% of the time with an average shortfall of 1. Apartment fires, which is what we're seeing more of in downtown Squamish, we need 27 people on scene. And based on our data, we're only seeing that 54% of the time with a shortfall of 9. We haven't met the standard for high rise in that 5 years of our data, but we don't have high rises. There have been discussions about high rises. So these are things that we should keep in mind when we're looking at those type of buildings. The underwriter survey rates differently. They rate a particular type of area, and that so they would be looking at downtown. We would need 37 people for a fire downtown, and that would be 30% of the time. So if we can't get enough people on scene, we want to get there quickly. Deal with the fire when it's small. We need less people to do that. And this table, again, NFPA standards for response to suburban areas and urban areas. So a suburban area and NFPA standards would be everything out of downtown, excluding our rural areas, like Paradise Valley. Urban would be downtown. So a suburban area, 10-minute response time, 80% of the time, we hit that 26% of the time. An urban area, in those 5 years, for a structure fire, we didn't hit it. We've moved our halls. Our main career hall is now much closer to downtown. That's going to address that, but that's only part of the program, which is why we're talking about this. So we're going to look at our main strategic issue. The first one is we have more large complex buildings, so higher fire risk. To address that challenge, we need to get more firefighters on scene more quickly. And this is probably the most complex issue we'll deal with today. We need to look at career firefighters, paid on-call firefighters, and just touch on apparatus because they all play a part in this. So we'll look at career staff first, and just to set some context for our career staff. This table is 2019 data that the plan was written in 2021. 2020 data was out, they were outliers, so we used 2019 data. Every community from 20,000 people to 36,000 people. And you would hope to look at this and see a formula. When your community gets to 20,000 people, you should have a fire department of this many. When it gets to 30,000 people, you should have this many. But it doesn't provide that. There are outliers. If you look at Courtney, it's a community of 28,000 people, has 6 staff. And I've been recently speaking to the Port Alberni chief, and they've got 17,000 people today, and they've got over 20 staff. So there's not a formula. But this table does provide some hints, I guess, or some patterns. One thing that's important to look at, and it's the far right column, is mutual aid. And so if you look at a community like Courtney that has 28 or 6 staff, they have aid agreements with Cumberland, Comox, and there's another community, it slipped my mind, to call on. If they don't have enough apparatus, enough firefighters, they will supply those. Out of all those communities there, the only community that doesn't have that outside of Squamish is Cranbrook, community of 21,000 people, and they have 21 career staff. So Other patterns that do develop out of this, as a trend, over 20,000 people, we tend to see 20 firefighters. And every department that we see there that has over 1,000 calls a year has 20 firefighters. When we wrote this in 2019, Squamish ran 730 calls in a year. I just projected our year to date to the end of the year, and we come up to projecting 1,006 calls. And so just clearing the 1,000 mark this year if we continue with our current pace. Just one more look at our fire department. This is from a third party, the Fire Underwriter Survey. And just a refresher, the Fire Underwriter Survey is a company. They assess risks of communities, fire risk. And they take that information, they give it to insurance companies, and they set premiums based on that information. And so the higher the risk, the higher the Fire Underwriter Survey rating, the higher the premiums. They looked at our community this year, and good news is they've lowered our rating, so a better rating. And that is largely due to great work that our engineers and our operations crews have been doing. We've got more, our infrastructure is better. We've got more water in the ground, so we can put as much water on a fire as we need to. Our fire department grading actually got higher, so got less better. And the I probably could have phrased that better. And you can see here out of all the marks, these are the marks we got. Our lowest mark, getting a quarter of the marks we needed, was total fire force available staffing, and that's about 100 of 400 points. So that's a third-party look at our department. So that's just some context about where our department is relative to others and what a third party thinks of our staffing. Coming back to our issue. Downtown, we need to get more firefighters there quickly. So our goal is to meet or exceed NFPA standards response times for composite departments to downtown in the industrial area by the end of 2027. We're going to do that, or we plan to do that, by taking our administrative hall and putting career staff there 24/7, 7 days a week. When we wrote this, and this was completed in Q2 of this year, we had 8 staff and they were working daytimes. Since that time, we've moved to 10 staff. The current budget in front of council has 2 more staff in 2023. At that time, we'll be able to run 24/7. We have 1 staff member running 24/7 then. By that time, we'll be able to run a crew 24/7 to increase our response time downtown. By the end of our five-year plan, our goal would be to have 16 firefighters, which would allow 4 people on 4 shifts 24/7 to increase our response times and to have the numbers that we need when we arrive on scene to do effective firefighting. So there is a cost to this. At the full end of this, 2027, there would be a $1.1 million increase in salaries per year. This is probably a good place to stop for questions.
I'll come to council in a second, but just to clarify then, so 2022, 276,000 a year, but what is the total budget? Just to put this in context, do you recall roughly that figure?
I'm just, thank you for bringing that up. These are very, how do I call it? 22 is maybe not the best year. We had budgeted for 1 increase this year for this year's, and we are only increasing 1 this year. So 2022, I basically took $138,000 a year and just spread that out over 5 years. In 2020, so our budget for staffing this year, our budget for I actually don't know either figure. We are around $2 million. Okay.
Sorry, I saw some hands. Councillor Stoner, Mayor Elliott, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I had a clarifying question, Chief Stoner. When you say high rises, you said we don't have any in our community. What is considered a high rise and under these standards? That's helpful. Thank you. And then my other question on this, since we're stopping here, is I just heard you say that we have the first 4 additional staff in the budget, but we don't have the getting us from 12 to 16 in the budget. So I'm just curious, as we go through this plan and the request is for council to endorse the plan, that doesn't necessarily commit us to that budget item at this point. Is that correct?
That's a great point to make. I will, as we go through, point out what is currently in the 5-year plan and what isn't. And obviously, just because you endorse the plan doesn't mean that we are committing to that budget. And that each item will come before council in the year that it comes up for endorsement.
Okay, and then I had one other question. I don't know if we've gotten there yet, but it is in the plan and it has to do with resourcing. Is the breakdown in calls, 30% of the calls are medical. And so I'm just curious about where the overlap is with BC ambulance and paramedics and how we address that and if that's a potential release valve on the pressure of our firefighters if we can get more BC ambulance and paramedics in our corridor.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. That is in the preamble to the plan, and that is about right, 30%. And interestingly, recently, the province reduced the calls that we respond to. So we're only responding to the highest acuity calls right now, where we can actually make a difference. So cardiac arrests, strokes, those type of things, where it would make sense to have someone on scene very quickly. The other things that we see are we respond to obviously trail rescues and those type of things that, well, actually we would code those differently. So those would all be higher acuity calls. And very interestingly, the numbers have gone up. Like at first there was a big drop from in the 30s down to 20s, but we haven't changed our response model and the calls have gone up. So we are seeing more calls to that. And the overlap is all of those calls that we go to, an ambulance crew would go to, but we go to them because we get there quicker. And something like a cardiac arrest, clearly the quicker we can get there, the better. The other thing, and this may, and I don't have this figure, I'm sorry, but this would be helpful for your discussion. We do see calls where we're being called because of a delay for ambulance. I don't have that information today, but that is information I can find and provide to council.
Yeah, I'll just say I think that that would be helpful. I know that that's not something that we're going to solve immediately, but we're not the only community that's seeing our fire departments be rediverted in order to cover some of the gap that we're seeing on the ambulance side. So it'd be helpful from an advocacy point to have some more of that information at hand.
I will get that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott, followed by Councillor Anderson, Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. I had the same question for that advocacy reason. And would you also get called for opioid overdoses? Those would be part of that 30%? That's
correct.
Yeah, so I think getting that data to council is really important so that we already started a conversation with BC Ambulance Service. Certainly the members here would like to see us advocate for more. And if it means reducing that strain on our firefighters, I think I read in the report, it's that ongoing, consistent, high pressure call that actually impacts their mental health as well. So if that was being shared more equitably with BC Ambulance, that would help. My other question on this section was the taller buildings are considered a higher fire risk, but the taller buildings are actually now all sprinklered. And so if you think of single family homes that don't have sprinklers versus a modern building that's all sprinklered, how do you define that higher fire risk?
Yeah, thank you. That is a great question. And even when you get in the high rises, they are made out of concrete. So again, not very flammable. To some degree, I'm working off the fire underwriters rating, but there is before you get into the high rise, there's the construction process. Under construction, they're a very big fire risk before the sprinklers are put up. There is no standard today that says the building has to be completed before, I mean, the sprinklers go up as the building goes up. That's not a standard necessarily today. And we've seen numerous examples of buildings under construction burning. And once they do, they generate enough heat that whether the building on next door, whether it's sprinkled or not, that can still be a secondary fire. And so it's under construction. And also if something does happen, just because of the complexity of the building, even if it's a small fire, it still takes a lot of people. There's evacuations to look after, that type of thing. So they still are heavy use of resources.
Fair enough. Mr. Buxton, I thought that we did require people to sprinkler as they built, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm remembering that from our first term.
That's all regulated by the building code. So that's directed through that document, not through any of our particular bylaws. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Herford.
Fire Chief Stoner, if this report were to have a glossary, and I'm not suggesting it needs one because I find it quite an easy report to read as a layperson, but there's one phrase that you're using a couple of times here, and that is the contiguous mutual aid partners. And I wondered if you could explain, read from a glossary, is this adjacent fire suppression teams, or is it other types of first responder units? If you could just sketch out what is encompassed by that phrasing.
Yeah, thank you. I looked at that today and said that was probably not the best use of that term, but what I'm talking about is a fire department right next door to our fire department. And I use that term because we do have a mutual aid agreement with Whistler, but they're 45 minutes away. We've used them once, maybe ever, because by the time they get here, largely whatever is going to happen in that building is decided. We need water on scene quickly. I mean, if we want to put out a fire, we get as much water there quickly as we can. And so 45 minutes is not quick water, I guess is what I was getting at there. And really, they're 45 minutes away, probably an hour by the time they're staffed up and responding. So.
Thank you. My second question, in your slide presentation, apparatus is referred to explicitly as a strategic issue that you're monitoring. You also state under recommendations, and this is again apparatus and equipment, future reviews of the community amenity contribution policy should consider the development-driven apparatus and equipment requirements. My question to you is, how urgent is this? Are we looking at the next round of CAC policy review? Because we are, of course, undertaking a CAC policy review at present. And are there conversations to introduce this topic into the present review?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And that does come up a few slides later, but I'd be happy to speak to it now. And that slide is just looking ahead, just beyond our 5-year plan. We want to make sure that our 5-year plan at least has enough foresight to consider something that might happen in year 6, year 7. And that in particular, we're looking at density that is occurring elsewhere, because this whole slide area here, we're really looking at density, the downtown core, but there's other areas within the district where we may see density. And Garibaldi Highlands is one that I use as an example. And so my suggestion was, if we are looking someday, and again, it was outside of our 5-year plan, at development there, and we required a second perhaps ladder truck, because we have a lot of ladder trucks there. Maybe the developers should be the ones to pay for those. And that's what I was referring to. But again, it'd be nice if Jonas was here, but I don't anticipate that level of development occurring within the next 5 years.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, followed by Councillor Herford, and then I'll put myself on the list.
Yeah, thanks. And I've asked around this question a little bit before, but I guess I'm not quite clear. And as we're talking about resourcing and apparatus to deal with different future scenarios, we know from Fortis that the existing pipeline is sort of unusual in terms of the volume of gas and proximity to people, and something much bigger planned. what is our role or responsibility in terms of responding to an event? Is that, is your department responsible for putting it out and dealing with it, or what? I guess I'm just trying to understand our resourcing needs.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Largely, that event is the transporters, and so it is up to them to turn it off. We wouldn't have enough water to put it out. The way you would put that fire out, I guess, is the easiest way to say it is you would shut off the valves, and that's the way that you would put that fire out. We do have a role there. Obviously, there'd be evacuation. That would be our role, and any exposure fires, we would put those out. That would be our role.
Thank you. Councillor Herford and then myself.
Thank you. I think we addressed the medical calls, but in that same slide, a piece of that pie is also accidents, vehicle accidents. And I was curious around, seeing as we're servicing, essentially supporting the provincial highway in this regard for at least a portion of these, and I would expect that to be a large portion of it. Is there any mechanism there for providing these reimbursement for providing these services to the province? I haven't contemplated this before.
Yeah, through the chair, we are remunerated by the province for out-of-district motor vehicle incidents. The remuneration, I would say, was actually pretty fair remuneration. I would say it probably covers our costs.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's we'll take that as the little victories as we get them. Thank you. And then I was having a hard time with the comparable municipalities, and thank you for your addressing that in your presentation. And when you look at just population number or fire as percentage of municipal budget, some pieces are missing as far as you've mentioned the complexity of the denser forms of housing. But I'd like to be able to understand a little more the efficiencies with having a smaller footprint and not having to serve a greater land base for that, because I think that feels like it's a factor in these in your comparable municipalities as far as for population numbers, but maybe spread over a larger area, or might take 4 fire halls to service that number of people in an extremely low density municipality that it's quite large. So have you looked into any like those sorts of factors with this to help in your understanding of these numbers?
Through the chair. Just, I want to make sure I understand the question. So you're comparing somewhere like White Rock, perhaps, which is 20,000 people and a square kilometer, to somewhere like Kamloops, which is 100,000 people, but a very massive. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Oh, certainly. The denser communities, 20,000 people in a denser community is a smaller fire department, if that answers your question.
Thank you. I'm interested about this fire risk, and maybe it's just what happened today, but I've been having all of these flashbacks to discussions we've had earlier in my terms. And this came up in my first term again. We had a long discussion about staffing, mostly about higher buildings and how many people was required. And the department was not as fleshed out as it is today even. And so it's kind of kept a couple of things from happening in terms of higher buildings. And I know we did at one point, a couple of terms ago, maybe, had a proposal for 18-story buildings. And that went by the wayside. The highest possible that I'm aware of right now is 12 stories. So I'm wondering, is there other considerations?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think it comes down to how many 12-story buildings are we talking about? Like from a 6-story wood frame building to a 12-story concrete building, I think we're a similar fire risk because the concrete building is not as flammable. But when we, again, maybe there's more personnel involved because it's higher and there's more people to evacuate, that type of thing. But there's less fire risk. I have seen 12-story buildings come up, and I feel that we can accommodate them with this plan. Beyond that, I'm beginning to get uncomfortable, if that answered your question.
Well, it does partly, but I was thinking about just, if we're at 6 today and we approve an 8 or a 10-story building, for example, does that by itself generate a different equipment requirement, like a different truck, for example, or something like that? Or is it just a matter of personnel and perhaps procedures when you attack the fire?
No, that's a good question. So, and once we started to get beyond 12, we would probably look at our next replacement aerial apparatus, or as I mentioned, perhaps a second aerial apparatus in the future that would be longer, and you might have a higher pressure pump than we have. But we would deal with that as we rolled equipment over. Our apparatus would be good for a 12-story building today.
Thank you. Second question is, when you talk about decreasing the fire risk in the community, I was interested in your comment that a building under construction is a fire risk. Understandable, there's very little protection for it. But part of the risk is it spreading to adjacent buildings because of the heat it generates. So that makes me wonder, are we putting enough space between buildings? And is that a realistic thing to try to open up the setbacks? And the other thing is, are we putting enough thought, notwithstanding the building code, into what we might want for the exterior surfaces, which would probably take the brunt, I'm assuming, of a fire next door to it?
Great questions. Setbacks, just to kind of give you, on a single family house, it could be dozens of feet, and you could have the house next door catch on fire. So the separation that you would need for a 6-story building would be a lot. Significant amount of space. So I'm not sure that we would be able to create a realistic fire separation by separating buildings to that degree. Would how we clad the buildings make a difference? Absolutely. And this may be, I don't know if we have the ability to put that in our bylaws if it's beyond the requirements of the building code. That's correct.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments, Council? No. The staff recommendation. Oh, we're not finished yet.
Don't feel we
All
have
right.
to go through them all. Well, yeah, and I understand that we're close, so we won't spend a lot of time. I do want to just finish this because this is the biggest issue. We'll talk about still responding at downtown core because career staff is only really part of it. Our paid on-call firefighters are another part. We've got a great group of paid on-call firefighters. To get enough people downtown, we still have to grow our paid on-call membership, though, to get enough people at those fires. The biggest challenge we can see is right here is paid on-call firefighter turnover, which averages 22% a year, something like that. Challenges with paid on-call turnover is one, it's really hard to grow your department if you bring on 12 people for a training program and lose 10 every year. Growth is slow. We also run into experience challenges. This is a job where you have to learn a little bit in the field. And we also spend a lot of time training people who we lose relatively quickly. So one of our main goals is to meet the firefighter force scene requirements for apartment fires for downtown by 2026. Goals that help meet that, reduce turnover from 2021 to 16%, from 20% to 16% by 2026. That's definitely a stretch goal. It can be achieved. Membership for both fire halls up to 30 members, we'll be able to do that too. Recommendations based on feedback from our paid on-call firefighters. The first one is update pay structure. We've made a lot of changes to their pay structure and that's been appreciated by our members. There's an issue when we have a training gap. We have a position that we need an operator, a pump operator or an officer. And we look at someone and say, well, can you take this course? And they can't take the full day course because they're unable to take the training. The training currently, we remunerate a 1 hour of pay for a full day course. So we're asking them to take time away from their job to take training, but they can't afford to do it. So updating that pay structure so they get paid hour for hour would help us get people into those seats. The impact of that would be $50,000 a year. We would aim to start that in 2024. That is not yet in the 5-year plan. The other things we do, family and camaraderie are key values of fire department. We've separated everyone for the last 3 years. We've got to get them back together. And we have to ensure that as we grow and we go from a department that's very much based on paid on-call membership responding to one where career staff are doing more, that the paid on-call continue to be able to contribute because they won't show up to calls if we can't. So apparatus we did talk about a little bit. I think we addressed I think what we wanted to address here quickly, fire unders again, fire force was a low mark. The other one we had was engine service. We get about half marks for that. We're not here today to ask for more engines. We wouldn't get a return on that, but we do want to maintain our current fleet. So maintain the current practice of replacing apparatus in accordance with industry best practice. Engine 11, so that's engine 11 built in 2007 should be replaced before 2027. We'd like to look at the feasibility of an electric apparatus. I think there's 2 in the province right now. But just so everyone's aware, they're not cheap. The current cost of an apparatus is $1.6 million. Today, a guesstimate is $2.5 million. I have no idea what happens to those costs over 5 years. It's a brand new technology. But it would something we would come back to council and discuss before we put out an RFP for that towards the end of our 5-year plan. We've covered the future considerations unless someone else wants to cover something there.
I just have one comment, and I hate to keep doing this to people, but this also takes me back to my first term, and it was a fire truck. But you just, when you talk about the cost of the next replacement fire truck for that 07 vehicle, one of the things that stunned us in the first term was they had $500,000 in the reserve, and the cost of the next vehicle was $1 million. So we've got a few years before 2027 or when you might order the vehicle. You might consider, however we go, just to re-examine that, and we might want to make a series of smaller contributions rather than one big hit in 2027. So the next councillor doesn't go through what I went through.
Thank you. And that's a very good point. And just clear, current cost of an apparatus is $1.6 million. We've seen appreciation significant as we've had discussion recently for apparatus. So yes, we would have to budget more than 1.6 million for that replacement. Thank you. We've covered the gist of it. There's 3 more points, 5 minutes. Or not 3 more points, but 4 more, 5 more. 5 minutes. Just need 5 minutes.
Carry on.
All right. Wildland fire threat. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We have a community wildfire protection plan. We're just pulling from it what we hope to achieve over the next 5 years. We want to complete our fuel treatments for the airport fuel polygon. We've spoken before about funding model to ensure that treatments can be completed. We want 4 recognized fire smart neighborhoods in the district of Squamish by 2026. We're hoping to have our first one in 2023. We want to purchase a wildland response truck. We have one right now. It's really just a pickup truck with a tank on it, not heavy enough to cover Cherry staff and water. It is in the financial plan for next year for $200,000. Records management system, I won't spend a lot of time here. At the beginning of the technological transformation program, it was identified that fire needs a new records management system. Our current system is end of life. So no matter what, we will probably have to replace this soon. The cost ranges from $15,000 to $27,000. a year, but what I don't have in the plan is we're currently paying over $20,000 a year for our various pieces of software that don't speak to each other. We would look for a system where everything does speak to each other. So because our systems don't speak to each other, and our firefighters spend hundreds of hours every year taking information on one piece of software and entering it into another piece of software. So there isn't a 5-year plan right now for 2024, $75,000 for a new software system. That may be a little high. Front end for a software system today is not very much. Those are probably mostly consulting hours to do the data management change from one system to another. Fire and life safety inspections. There's a standard that we set based on best practice for how many times we visit a particular occupancy. High risk occupancies, how many times do we inspect that a year, versus low risk occupancies, how many years in between when we inspect them. We're not hitting those numbers. Partly, that's a COVID thing. We pulled our inspectors from the field, but really partly it's because our inspectors have a lot on their plate. We're able to get software that cuts, reduces, or eliminates double entries. And we move to a staffing model that allows the office work to be done in the evening shifts, frees up daytime for training and staffing. We will hit those numbers again by the end of our 5-year plan. Health. Every 5-year plan that we deal with is going to have a health recommendation because firefighters, their job is sometimes unhealthy. Our membership wanted us to focus on, for this 5-year plan, mental health. We are moving to 24-hour staff coverage, which is going to reduce or eliminate our paid on call or our career staff members being on call during the evening. That will help them reduce one of the big stressors that they have that adds to their mental health. We want to make sure we have scheduled downtime for our paid on call firefighters. Our paid on call firefighters, especially our officers and our drivers, can find themselves on call for a significant amount of time because if there's vacations or someone's ill, they're the only person who can drive that truck. We want to make sure that they schedule time where they can step away and that it won't be, it's part of their job to step away to create that mental health. We don't have a plan for that, but we will work with our paid on call members to make sure that happens. And we want a firefighter resilience program. We have a very good job of post-incident debriefs. We have a good mental health program, a good mental health committee. We don't have a resilience program to get people the tools they need ahead of time to deal with the incidents that they're going to encounter. We can deal with that. Our in-house, it's about $4,000 a year. We can deal with that with our current training budget. And the final thing, final slide, our training program. In the last 5-year plan, our goal was to get all of our firefighters to a relatively new Office of the Fire Commissioner training standard for firefighters. We've been very effective at that. Our fire officers have not quite hit that standard. They all have the incident management stuff. So when they're in the field, they're trained to do that, but there's all other elements. They would be required to be training officers. Not everyone's there. We'll be there quite quickly. And then we just have a robust standards maintenance program to ensure that everyone who's trained maintains their training. That's it. Questions?
Thank you. Mayor Elliott, Councilor Pettengill.
Thank you, Chief Stoner. I just wanted to touch base again on the paid on call firefighters. And I just wondered if there were any recommendations specific to female members about how we attract and retain more diverse paid on call.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. There is no recommendation, although it could be in that plan. It is very much something that our fire department is focused on, retaining or recruiting and retaining. So we do some things. We are involved in I forget what it's called, a camp where we send firefighters off to be with other female firefighters from high school to help get interest in the trade early. And the challenge that we are faced with, thank you, is that currently someone coming out of high school who's a young man may already know his career path. I want to be a firefighter and start working on that career path from the day he gets out. The firefighters who we're encountering who are women tend to come to it later in life. So they're already a step behind as far as that they haven't taken the last 3 or 4 years to work towards being a firefighter. So we really want to encourage people when they're younger to apply. We have good success rates when our members apply with our female firefighters to get on the department. We just want more to apply. And so we have that program where we work with other lower mainland departments to get female firefighters from high school to get out and see what the profession is all it's like. And there's female mentors there who are firefighters who can show them it can be done. And this is a trade that's open to them. We also stopped doing our House Down Junior Fire Academy during COVID. That will be back. Again, very good, probably about 50-50 men to women or young men to young women who are involved in that program. So the young women can see that this is a field that's available to them. So good success when females apply to us of getting hired. We just need more to apply.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to just shine more light on that over the life of the 5-year plan. Also, when you were talking about, I mean, it's a no-brainer to compensate people for the full day training. That I'm glad to see that in this plan. But I wonder too if there was any comment on, in terms of retention, going a bit further in terms of can we provide rebates on property taxes? Can we provide them discounts at local businesses? They're truly serving our community in an above and beyond kind of way. And I just wondered if any of that was discussed to create more of incentive to stay with it after 3 years versus moving on.
We didn't look at that. And I think probably that came from the recommendations that came to us were coming from our paid on-call firefighters. They weren't necessarily saying more. They were saying fair compensation for fair work. Where we're losing a lot of our members, unfortunately, to other communities where they can get into the housing market easier. And we're unfortunately, doing a really good job of training our firefighters. And so Vancouver fire department has a very high contingent of Squamish firefighters on it today. So, but that's some of the picture. The other part of the picture, and we do want to work on that. Why are those members leaving? And we survey those members all the time, and there's not a common thread that comes up. The remuneration was something, but we just have to keep drilling into it. But we haven't heard outside of that issue that they want more compensation outside of that one issue. Work-life balance comes up a lot, and that's something we have to work on.
That makes sense. In the areas for improvement in Appendix B, it says we want a voice that is heard because right now it feels like we're underserved by management and mayor and council. And I just wondered if there were specific feedback that council might have for that, given that this term we're building 2 new fire halls and adding significant number of positions to move to the 24/7 call. So I wondered if there's just something that we're not getting or communication that's not reaching all of the members.
Thank you. That is from a workshop that was done in 2018. So, yes.
It would be nice to check that partway through this 5-year plan.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, followed by Councillor French.
Yep. Mayor Elliott asked part of my question. The other piece was from that same workshop, I guess from 2018, that thought that things weren't as fun anymore. And again, this and the other being underserved by mayor and council, they weren't the top rated issues, but I did wonder if there's a pattern in the fun thing as well. Like, are these things that have already been addressed since 2018, or we have a plan to, or, you know, is there something in particular we could or should be aware of there?
Thank you. I think we went through a big change in our fire department. It actually happened about when they brought in the new firefighter standard. So paid on call or volunteer firefighting changed in British Columbia. And because now we had to hit a certain training standard, and everyone had to hit that standard, and we had to maintain it. So it did to some degree become much more work-like. The commitment was much more work-like. And so people who had originally joined for camaraderie or for the getting together with friends after practice, that was not necessarily why they joined. And so there was a change from there to people who join now are looking for that job, the paid on call job, the serving community, but they understand what we're doing. So there was a change there. And we did lose some members when we made that change to the new training standard, because there was a great deal more required of our membership.
Okay, thank you. And then switching gears, just looking at, I think it's in the underwriter's risk and can't remember what the title is, but related to water. And there was something about reliability of principal water mains, and our score was really low, which surprised me a little bit. But the weighting of that criteria was also very low. Like it's as if the principal water mains reliability doesn't matter much. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to why that's not important and why our score might be so low there.
On both accounts, I would have to follow up with you on that. So.
Thank you, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I was, when I got to the end of the report, a little surprised that there wasn't more in there about first responder. And I'm a little worried that whether we like it or not, the provincial government is going to be forcing us and our fire crews to take on more first responder roles and work. So I want to check in with you. You're way more connected to this than I am. Is that a concern for you in the future as well? Or are you hearing news that's not as concerning for me?
Thank you. I think, just to be clear, I mean, no one can force us to do first responder work, but we find ourselves doing more of it because of delays and that type of thing. So to that degree, I, as you do, see that there is a staffing shortfall in British Columbia ambulances. This is what we're seeing in the field, and I think it's backed up by them. And I haven't yet seen that that's been addressed. So to that degree, I think going ahead, that we will continue to be doing ambulance delays and those type of calls. I haven't heard that they have a solution to that yet.
Okay, so then that has me thinking along the lines of the current first responder training that our team members are getting. Is it sufficient for our current reality and potentially greater expectation in the future? And should we be making adjustments to that first responder training to address that?
That's an excellent question. And I suppose we tried to be very focused in our 5-year plan, because the previous one, we had a very big list of things and we did them all sort of good. We really wanted to focus on doing this really good. But as it turns out, the province, the overseeing body for the first responder program, has acknowledged that the skills that we have in the field are not everything we could be bringing to the table. So they changed our scope of practice for the first responders. So we were able to do things that we couldn't do before. That's in practice right now to make that change. I'm trying to think of a simple change. Epinephrine, for example, I believe is in the new code. So we couldn't do that before. If someone was having an allergic reaction, I believe it is in the new code now. Those type of things that would make sense to have us do in the field. Pain relief is another one I believe that is in the new code.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, now we're finished. Cut you off before. So with that, if there's no more questions or comments, we do have staff recommendation that the District of Squamish adopt Squamish Fire Rescue's 5-year plan 2022-2026. Moved by Councillor French, second by Mayor Elliott. Any further comment? Councillor French.
Well, I think that this is a good opportunity to just acknowledge the great work that is being done by the team that has been assembled. And I'm proud to sit here and know that a bright, shiny new building is the workplace. And an old junker building is about to come down and soon replaced by another shiny new building. So I like where our Squamish Fire Rescue is currently at, and I think the future's bright. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott.
Certainly appreciate the more streamlined approach to this 5-year plan, and I think it provides really good direction both for the fire service and for council. I would like to be added to our minutes or however staff track our advocacy for UBCM, that we should bring back the topic in 2023 around fire response versus BC ambulance response. I think that is something that councils across this province shouldn't let go of, and we should keep advocating for that because it is a provincial service, the ambulance service. And I think, you know, as we go forward, looking at how we transition to electric fleets, that makes me nervous given that, you know, parts of PEI were without power for many, many days after a natural disaster. And so just making sure we're monitoring all available technologies, whether that's hydrogen or, as you say, a hybrid truck, so that we're building resiliency into our emergency management planning for the fleet going forward. But thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you. Councillor Stona, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the forward-looking plan. I think when I first opened it, it gave me some concern when I looked at the fire underwriter study and where we were at. But I think as I dug into the details, I actually look at it and I think we are in a fairly good place, and we're identifying areas where we can make our fire service better. And that's important to have that forward-looking component, as Mayor Elliott said, both for our fire department as well as for council, so we can continue to work together to make sure that that is a robust service for our community. The context of the downtown response is an interesting one, and I think I'm curious to see how the shift of the main operations to Fire Hall number 1 will impact that response rate, and I think that's something that we can kind of monitor over the next year or two, and as well as the shift towards the 24-hour paid on or career firefighter move. Other than that, agree on the need for the advocacy piece. And so looking forward to bringing that back to 2023, just to reiterate that that was a big topic of conversation at UBCM this year. So we have strength in numbers across municipalities in the province on that one. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this plan. I really appreciate the thought and consideration that's gone into it. Life safety in our community is something that I know Mayor and Council keep front of mind, but nowhere near as front of mind as those that are actively participating in that work in their day to day. And I'm really excited about the move to 24-hour coverage and that increase in service to our community, which is an increase in safety. And I think that this plan will save lives, which is what this is all about. The fire underwriter report aspect, I think, is really interesting, and I appreciate how it feeds back into sort of that need for, or acknowledging that the CAC policy and possibly other policies should speak to the increase in fire service directly. Same with considering, I guess, developments that could be that would change the footprint of our community going forward. So thank you for highlighting that, and thank you for your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Gill.
Yeah, thanks. Please to support this. I think a report like this makes it easier to make the critical infrastructure investments that we have been making, and I think will continue to make because it is so necessary. Was glad to have the context about the transition in the department and why things sort of changed around 2018. Definitely noticed the increase in professionalism of our department. So I think we're on a good path, and I just want to also reiterate the importance of the advocacy. Because it's not just the extra hours the lack of ambulance service puts on us when you're speaking about the desire for mental health supports and all of that. As I understand, a lot of that comes out of some of these paramedic type calls and so on. And so, there's all kinds of knock-on effects when we're using our fire department as our ambulance service. And so that's definitely something we need to be lobbying the province on. And so thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you. I'll add my comments to it, also supporting this and also appreciate, as the mayor said, the report and the forward-looking. Needless to say, that makes it easier for councils and elected officials to deal with some of these challenges for the part that we have to play, particularly the budgeting part. And so that is appreciated. But we do recognize, I think, that we are in a growing community, and we have to plan for that growth. And there are challenges. And one of the challenges we have is we have to grow our departments. We're going through that with other protective services as well. And so it is important that council be kept up to date and up to speed on these things. And also you help us look forward for some of these challenges. And thank you very much for the work you do and express that to your team. Council, any further comments? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. And our last item, 4 sub 7, transit 2022-23 annual operating agreement and transit provision. Ms. Gunn, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll just take a second to get set up here. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, a transportation planner with the District of Squamish. Bronson Bullivant with Easy Transit had been planning to be here with us today, but unfortunately his earlier meeting has gone long, so he's not able to join us. I'll start us off with a quick update on ridership in Squamish, and then I have a few slides on the 2022-23 annual operating agreement, as well as the proposed transit provision. So this graph shows the average daily ridership for all routes in Squamish on a week-by-week basis since 2019. The blue line is 2019, and it starts partway through the year because that's when the automatic counters were both installed and calibrated. Yellow represents the 2022 line, and I've also highlighted the summer period from mid-June to the Labor Day weekend with the vertical bars. That was the time period we had free transit. So you can see that during this time, our ridership was on par or better than 2019. In fact, the Route 5 performed exceptionally well this year in particular, which is part of what brought up. The other routes were all kind of on par with 2019, and the Route 5 was well above. Not surprisingly, ridership dropped off somewhat after the free transit ended, but we're still looking healthy and higher than 2021. We're sitting at about 92% of pre-COVID levels so far this fall. So that's not including the summer, that's just this fall. So we're at 92%. The rest of the province as a whole is at about 82%. Okay, so the annual operating agreement outlines the transit service area, the service specifications, so the frequency, the times, the days that it runs, the annual budget, the payment schedule, and the fares. It's based on the BC Transit fiscal year from April to March. The one we're discussing today is for the current year, so from April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. Usually this comes to council in June, but it was delayed this year due to the labor dispute. We had discussions with our Sea to Sky community partners as well as BC Transit on the possibility of adding some new language into the agreement. This would be to potentially better protect the district in the case of a future service disruption. Initially, staff thought it might be possible to, include this language in this AOA, but after more conversation with BC Transit, it was decided that it would be better to wait until the following year's AOA, just so more research could be done on the appropriate language. It's not actually 100% sure that it will go in an AOA. It could also go in the transit service agreement, which is the overarching agreement. So that's to be determined next year. There will also likely be language in the agreement between BC Transit and the service provider. So the 2022-23 AOA doesn't include anything related to the transit strike. It just provides for a regular year of service. There's no cost related to contract changes after the labor dispute. The district will see those new costs related to contract changes in the next AOA, so the 2023-24 one. Compared to the previous year, the main changes in this AOA are the January 22 expansion, an increased ridership and revenue projections as we continue to recover after COVID, higher fuel costs, and some new costs for developing an electronic fare system called UMO, which will be coming to Squamish in 2023. Okay, moving on to the transit provision. Staff are recommending the establishment of a financial transit provision. This will enable the transfer of the local transit fund. This is a fund that's held by BC Transit, and it accumulated over a number of years when BC Transit was invoicing based on budget rather than actual, so there was a surplus accumulating every year. It also holds the COVID safe restart funding that communities received from the province. Transferring the money over to us into a transit provision will provide us with more control over how the money is managed and spent. It can still only be spent on the local government portion of transit operating costs, though, even regardless of who holds it. Creating a transit provision will also enable the district to direct any unspent funds in the transit cost center towards transit in a subsequent year. So this is particularly helpful in the case of a service disruption like the recent strike, or if the district budgets for an expansion, but it doesn't get approved in the provincial budget. Funds can then be utilized for the local government portion of the expansion in a subsequent year, or just to cover some of the regular local government transit operating costs. The budget implications for the AOA, sufficient funds were budgeted in 2022 and the proposed 2023 budget to cover the operating agreement. For the transit provision, once established, it will include the local transit fund, so around about 632,000 currently, plus whatever is remaining in the transit cost center for 2022, which is up to around about 150,000. The use of the provision will be included in future years' budgets, and we did already budget 50,000 was going to be of the local transit fund, but it could be of the provision if that's created for 2023. Thank you. That's all for my presentation. If council has any questions.
Mayor Elliott.
The wording related to service disruption, is that wording to clarify who pays what during a disruption, or is it we won't pay anything, thank you very much, during the disruption?
Thank you for the question. That is still up for debate at this point. Yes.
And then With the creation of the provision, will you also be creating just some principles around how council should think about using it, as we've done for other provisions? So that it doesn't all get spent at once, potentially.
Through the chair, I'll start this off. Maybe I'll pass it to Roland. Thank you, Roland.
You're up, Mr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Council. Through the chair, this provision is highly restricted. Obviously, can only be used for the purposes of day-to-day transit provision. So as a result of that, there's much less ability for council to play around with it, let's say. Sorry, that probably didn't come across right. But basically the options are, how much would you like to use to reduce the future cost of transit in which years? And we will staff will be presenting various options to council as far as the wording of the provision, and also suggestions on potential uses to maximize its ongoing usefulness.
And I guess my question is, can it be used for an eventual regional transit system, or must it be used only in the local system per BC Transit definitions?
That is a really great question that I'm not 100% sure of the answer to. It would be able to be used for any of our local government operating costs. So if regional transit gets rolled into our AOA, for example, in some way, like our portion of regional, then potentially it could be used for that. It would depend on how that was worked out in the future.
I guess my question stems from the fact that we've requested the province to strike a commission, which then would be separate, but we would contribute to it. And so I guess that's why I would want clarity on the provision when it comes back to council. Thank you.
Councilor Pettengill.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm not sure if we saw these numbers in the last report and I just didn't pick up on it, but when I see the success of free transit and ridership, that I'm looking at page 303 in our report, which has about 324,000 in revenue projected for this coming year. And I wonder, is that revenue all put towards right now our local cost, even though it's the total revenue it's applied? So if we went free transit, we'd be looking at a $324,000 shortfall that we would be responsible for. Is that?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Still seems maybe reasonable.
Councilor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to clarify, I think I heard you say that this AOA does not include the implications of the agreement that was reached after the transit strike. But we do know that that deal includes some level of back pay. And so I'm just curious if we may assume the transit provision that we're making sure that we're saving to be able to pay for that when it does come due.
Through the chair, so the 2023 budget does include some provision for that. BC Transit always supplies their 3-year budget numbers to us at an uncomfortable time of year, which is after we've already submitted our budget numbers. So we have now just received those 3-year budget numbers, which is our first look at what those changes might be. And so we will be taking a closer look at that and making sure that we have the right amount for 2023.
But I am correct in thinking that that provision may help us smooth in that ask if council decided we wanted it to.
Through the chair, yes, it could. We would just need to include it in the budget still.
Okay. And then one other minor detail, just in Schedule A of the AOA, the tariff and fares, it still refers to transfers, which I don't think we actually have in our system anymore. So we may want to update that table.
Through the chair, thank you for catching that. We'll do that.
Council, any other comments, questions? We have a staff recommendation that the District of Squamish authorize the mayor and the corporate officer to execute the annual operating agreement for 2022-23 between British Columbia Transit and the District of Squamish, and that the District of Squamish establish a transit provision. Unless otherwise requested, I would anticipate dealing with both of those in one motion. Councilor Pettingill moving both. Councilor Herbert, second. Any further comment? Call a question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Sorry, Councilor Anderson's moving. Councilor French is seconding. Okay. Motion to terminate is on the floor. It's already on the floor, but you can vote for it. No. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Councilor Race, everybody.